So if you're tired of looking at all these automations on YouTube and they just showcase the solutions and you actually don't even know how to make these solutions yourself, this is probably the video for you, because in this video I'll be walking you through the live development of a SEO optimized blog generator for myself. I created this blog generator originally on make.com for a client of mine, but the system was slightly inefficient and it was actually just taking up a lot of operations to generate a good blog. So in this video, I'll be creating the exact system for myself, but on n8n. So this is an opportunity for you to also learn n8n and learn how you could troubleshoot things when you're making developments. So just a quick disclaimer about this video. I've just finished editing it and it's about 4.5 hours. So I just want to make sure that you get what you came for to this video. This is not a fully polished tutorial where I say do this, do this, do that. I go through how I troubleshoot issues, and that could be genuinely helpful for you if you're developing things and the answers aren't really always there or present for you. You search on YouTube, you don't see anything which is specifically allowing you to fix the issues that you're encountering whilst you're developing. So there's that part of value in this video. And then also at the end, we do actually create a automated blog generating system, but it takes me some trial and error. I've left some timestamps throughout the video so you can jump around to parts where you see how I troubleshoot things, and you can actually jump to the parts where things actually start to click and we work from there. So this is a full comprehensive video where I walk through everything essentially. So I hope you enjoy, and just let me know if you want to see more videos like this. So let's get into it. So yeah, let me break this down step by step, literally everything from the whiteboard. The whiteboard's even here, that's how serious I am. So let's break this down step by step, talking about like how we're going to find ideas, enrich those ideas, approve the ideas, create the content, repurpose the content, and literally that whole ecosystem of creating blog content. And I'll break down why it's important, how we're going to do it, and obviously literally building it out in n8n step by step through with all the challenges. I hope I can finish this in the next 2 hours because it is 8 o'clock right now. So if you see me change clothes, just know it wasn't done, okay? So what are we calling this thing? I have found the term the visibility engine, yeah. That sounds good. It sounds futuristic, you know. Visibility engine. And also please don't mind my spelling too much or my handwriting. Yeah, anyway, there's that. So it's purposes, yeah. Purpose. I'm creating this thing to drive inbound traffic, right? In a scalable, time efficient way. And obviously this is going to be a slow, long grind because SEO optimization and content is always going to be a long grind. But if it can get to a point where it's a okay, you know, lead source for me, that's better than not having it at all. Right, so that's a purpose. Its purpose is to drive inbound leads. So now how are we going to drive these inbound leads, right? And the way we're going to do that is through search engine optimization. So just briefly, search engine optimization is basically the process in which you use tools to help your blog post content rank in Google search engines or like Bing search engines or whatever. So essentially when you search up how to build an AI agent on Google, most people are searching up in YouTube, but anyway, I want to be collecting those people who are searching it in Google. How do you become the first person who's posting or the first person who's on that Google search results page? So we do that through SEO, search engine optimization. And we can also do this through social media platforms, through sending it to Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, I don't even know, X, or Twitter, you know. We get the blog content, we can put on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, X as a way to try and drive leads and conversion. So how are we going to be doing this step by step? So the automation platform which you're going to be using, I started off with make.com, right? But the thing with make.com is it was expensive and it was not very efficient for the blog generation process and the way I created the blogs. So it's not make.com. So we're going to be doing it in I can't spell. Where's the eraser? So we're going to be doing it in n8n, the hottest thing ever. Yeah, because one, it's cheap, right? It's cheap. Number two is that it's better for more complex workflows, yeah, for complexity and whatnot. So those are probably the reasons why I want to go to n8n, because if I can build cheap blog posts, then it just becomes more sustainable and I can run it for a longer term without it having to eat into like all my subscription costs and whatnot. So let's talk about the process of actually creating these blogs, right? So how are we going to start this? We're going to start with ideation, right? So that's how anything starts. Whoa, I cannot spell. I told you, don't pretend that didn't happen. So we're going to start with ideation. So how are we going to be getting ideas for content to create on this blog? So we can use multiple forms. This is just the forms which I'm going to be using as a foundation to get ideas for blog post content. So obviously you've got news outlets, right? Which will give you like general AI news, not very niche down to like business use cases or tools specifically. You might get a few of them, but it's not really consistent in creating content that might actually be good for our purposes here. And then the next part that we're going to get content from is RSS feeds of blogs. So the blogs which you're going to be getting content ideas from are like make.com's blog, even though I'm busy shitting on them right now. We can use n8n's blog. We can use Vappy's blog. And you should be picking up a pattern here. You can even use VoiceFlow. We're using the tools which we know how to use. So we can know how to build things on Make. We know how to build things on n8n, Vappy, VoiceFlow, all of these things. So these are just very tailored content which will obviously be relevant to what we're doing as an AI agency, and that will help us obviously rank better and create content that's in line with us and what we do as a profession. So then next, after we've gotten ideas, right, what do we do with those ideas? We validate them, right? And to validate them, we use SEO. We only want to pick the topics which will be ranking, right? You don't want to pick like just some stuff just for the sake of writing it. We want to pick stuff that will actually give us volume and leads. That's the process and the purpose here. So to do that, we're going to be using DataForSeo API. Oh, I told you the spelling. DataForSeo API. It's just a really powerful API that just basically gives you keywords, gives you search engine results page so you can see what other people for those keywords are creating content about. It gives you search volume, CPC, search intent, literally everything that you would need to know to be building high converting and high lead flow blog posts. So you're going to be using DataForSeo to either validate the ideas or get keywords for the ideas which we are writing content for. Okay, and then from there, what we are going to do is we are going to have a database. So this funnels into a database, right? And this database will be like an Airtable Google Sheet where we have the ideas is a column. We'll have the keywords like cluster for that blog post. And then here we can just have like an approve or deny option where like if it's a terrible content idea, I don't really want to make content for it, we can just ignore it completely, right? And these will be columns in an Airtable or a Google Sheet. It doesn't really matter. It's the same process. And then from there, the ones that get approved, so the approved. So then we've got the generation phase. And this generation phase is going to include research. That'll just basically help us create a really good blog post, and one that is very good and not just AI waffle nonsense, how it can be sometimes. So we're going to create research, and with that research we're going to stitch together the blog section by section. And the reason why we're stitching it together rather than just creating it out in one shot and one go is, one, because that just basically allows us to really push the limits on the amount of words that we can create in one go. So like if in one go you might be able to get like 2,000 words, 1,000 words, a couple of words. And the second reason as to why we stitch it step by step is because we want to have images in between the text, right? So you're gonna have like some text here, then you want to have an image. And the only way we can do that, because we're going to be posting on WordPress, that's just later down the line, is by writing section by section and then embedding a image after the section or before the section. And what we need to do is, in this writing process, we need to embed internal links, right? Because that's just something, internal links, because that's just something that's important for SEO, and obviously just advertising what you do as a business, because you can have the blog post, have the traffic, but if no one's clicking anywhere on your site, or it's harder to navigate around your site, it is going to be creating traffic with no conversions or no meetings booked or no leads, whatnot. Embed internal link. Obviously going to SEO-optimized. The SEO-optimized has been already done because we did the keyword research in the beginning with the idea validation, and then after that we can just post to WordPress. So that is the process of building a blog, which we are going to go through in this video. It took 15 minutes to go through that. But quickly, let me just show you an example of the product of this system, which was created on make.com, and also just show you the make.com scenario, so we've got a foundation of where we're coming from. So this is the visibility engine, well, the legacy version now, because we are upgrading this. But you can see this is looking like a big Bertha right here. But actually, it's not even that complicated. It's just because I had created a legacy version. This is the legacy version, and this is the updated version. So this router just basically splits on what version I had created. But to break it down, this did search engines results page, and I'm not going to be building that in n8n because I don't think it'll actually do that much. Maybe it does, maybe it won't, but this is just an MVP because you're seeing this is actually viable. And if it does, then cool. I can actually go back and enrich this and build this out in n8n, but I'm not doing that right now. So yeah, in this scenario, what's happening here is once the keyword has been validated from the Google Sheet, like we mentioned in the whiteboard session, we go do the research on the topic, get the backlinks that are relevant to the topic, and we stitch it together piece by piece, and we post it onto WordPress. And the thing about this one is that it doesn't get like AI generated images, it gets actual images which are relevant to the blog post. It gets like Google search results page images, which actually just a bit of a differentiation which I've seen from blog content that is AI generated so far. So yeah, we're just going to post it to WordPress, and that's about it. So let me just show you the product of this scenario, so you get an idea of the quality that it produces. So this is the outcome of the blog post. We've got a image here that's actually real and it's not AI generated, and this is just for a client of mine. Basically got the key takeaways, embedded images like I was talking about. We have the writing and the images within the writing, or broken up between the writing. I can just see that it's a very nicely formatted blog. Let's see if we can find some internal links here and there. You can see that. and yeah, it's just sources as well and everything. So yeah, we're going to be creating a blog like this, but in n8n, hopefully in the next hour and a half. I doubt it'll be an hour and a half, but yeah, let's just see how far we can get. So if you don't have an account, just go and create one. You get like a 14-day free trial, or 7 days, one of the two, and that just allows you to obviously jump in n8n and just play around. I've been playing around in my free trial, and I've only racked up like 20 operations in the past 14 days, which is why I'm starting to actually just get amazed. And once that free trial runs out, straight onto self-hosting for that sweet cheap automation price. So yeah, I'm just gonna sign in here, but if you don't, just get started. It'll take you 2 seconds. Okay, in n8n, what you're gonna want to do here is just create a new workflow. Okay, so this is where we're going to be starting, and like I said, we need to start at the ideation phase, and to do that we're going to be using RSS feeds like I mentioned. And I just want to show you something. So we're just going to actually run this on a schedule, and let's just say we want to do it every, I don't know, 3 days at midnight, and we're going to want to connect it to an RSS read. But the problem here is that there's only one URL, but we want to get content ideas from many different blog posts. So how are we going to do that? We're going to be using a Google Sheet that basically just has the RSS feeds that we want to be watching on each separate row, and then we're going to be feeding them into here, and we're just basically going to loop through that and get like the top 3 and discard the rest, so we can get like 9 ideas every 3 days that we can post content on. So let me show you how that Google Sheet setup should look like. So this is the idea of the Google Sheet, which basically just has the RSS feeds of the blogs and posts that we want to be looking at. And let's just see, we've got the n8n blog here, and I'm not even sure which ones these are. But if we just see, this is the make.com blog. And I just wanted to show you something, what you could do if you can't really get the RSS feed, the XML, because the RSS feed trigger or node in n8n requires the XML tag, not just like the blog link. So if you can't get the blog link, let me show you what you can do to potentially get rid of that issue. So let's say I wanted to get Lovable's blog, right? And the way that you can usually try and test to see if you can get an RSS feed of a blog is you just right click on the page, and then you say view page source right here, and then you try and search for RSS. There's nothing here on the page on RSS. You can just press Control F, by the way, or Command F if you want to bring this up. But as you can see, there's no mention of RSS in this whole page. So Lovable doesn't allow you to have an RSS feed. So how do we get around this, right? You're just gonna grab the link from this page, and we want to head over to this website called rss.app. So I'm just gonna go over there now, and yeah, my feeds. And you can see some feeds which I've wanted to create and get content ideas from. So you can copy these ones if you want. You can get your own. And this website just allows you to create feeds of basically anything. So if we just create new feed here, and you know that link that we grabbed, you can just say web page to RSS feed here and just enter the web page, and it will generate the RSS feed for you. But I'm not going to do that because I've already got the blog post. And yeah, there is a bit of a cost associated with this, but you got a free trial, so you can test it out to see if it's something that you'd actually like. But for example, like you can use Twitter X RSS feeds, Instagram RSS feeds, YouTube RSS feeds, LinkedIn RSS feeds. So if you wanted to get content ideas from people who are posting in the AI community and the AI automation niche, go ahead, be my guest. So yeah, that just can basically just give you endless content ideas, see what's trending, and almost inform what you should be making blogs about. So yeah, you can use any of these and hook them up to your Google Sheet, and we'll iterate through that row by row. So let's head over back to n8n. So what we want to do now is just head over to n8n and just go to Google Sheets, right there, Google Sheets. And the action that you want to take is just, let's say, get rows, probably get rows. As you know, I'm going this live fully for the first time with you guys here, so I will be messing up, and you'll see the mess ups and you'll see how I overcome them. So I'm pretty sure I don't have a connection to Google Sheets. So yeah, I need to create a new credential. Sucks. Okay, so perfect opportunity to go through creating credentials for Google Sheets. So we're going to create a new credential. I'll click sign in with Google. Hopefully it'll work. Let's see. I really don't feel like going to Cloud Console. Let's see. Let me see Opai-Tetteh. Select all. Continue. Thank goodness. You're scared I was gonna have to go into Google Console because other Google connections make you have to go into Google Console, create an Auth client and all that stuff. But yeah, we don't have to. So just connect your account using the sign-in. It should be fine. Let's just name it, say n8n. Cool. So I'm just gonna click save, and now we signed in. So we're looking for get RSS feeds. Let's name this. Rename. So we're looking for a sheet within the document, I'm pretty sure, and we're gonna get rows as the operation. From the document we want to search for is that document which you had with all your RSS feeds in row by row, and it's blog content for me. And we want to get it from sheet 1. I'm pretty sure I've only got one sheet in that blog right there. And we don't need any filters, and this should be all right. So let's just see if we just run this workflow, what we get back from this RSS feed. Yeah, we get the 5 items, and I'm pretty sure we had 5 rows. Yeah, perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we have 6. Let's see what we get in n8n. So we've got row 2. Can I count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Why are we only getting 5? Row number, blog, and oh, okay. This thing does not consider the headers. That's why we're getting that issue. So to fix that, probably we just need to head over to Google Sheets and just leave this empty and just paste it back in to the bottom of the sheet right here. Head over back. Let's test to see if we get the correct ones now. Row number. Why is it using that as add option? Let's see. Put formatting. Nope. Blog and JSON. Table, yeah, we just get that in the row number, which is a bit of an issue instead of the 5 items. Let's see. I prefer my data location. Combine factors, nope. Add filter, sheet 1, blog content, get rows. Let's see what other options we have. Delete rows or columns, delete, create, clear, append or update. Settings, maybe. Allow output to execute all once. So okay, the first one is the n8n blog. Let's see the sheet again. So it takes the first item as the name. So let's just label this blogs, right? And let's just see this if that works. I'm hoping it does. Perfect. So now we've got rows of 6 blogs right here. 1, 2, yeah, we can count 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 items is exactly what we need. So basically in it doesn't, oh, that's my fault because I probably didn't have the headers. Yeah, that's why it was doing that, because usually you'll have like the column name or what you want the column to be as, but I didn't have that, so that's the issue there. Okay, cool. See, I'm learning. I've had like a couple of days in n8n, but I'm making it work, you know. I'm a Make user personally. In Make they would have what is the name of the thing? Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So yeah, get RSS feeds. Now what we're going to do with these items is we're going to put them into the RSS read, and we're going to put the URL from the blog. And are we going to add a limit? Let's just add a limit. Yeah, okay, we're going to add the limit in the next step, not here. RSS read, and if we just run this, you'll see that it'll run for all 6 items. 132, like that is a lot of blog post ideas, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to just cut that, and we're going to add a, how do we want to do this? Yeah, 132 items. That is a lot of items. So what I'm thinking about doing right now is basically going in this one by one, then limiting it to the first 3 items and rejecting the rest. So the way we're going to be doing that is we want to, yes, okay, I've got it. We want to loop through these items, right? We're going to split into batches. The batch size is 1, so that just means we're going to go through it one by one. So we're just going to loop over these items, and we're just going to ignore this, and we're going to add this RSS read here. RSS read, and we're going to put in this URL, just execute previous nodes. I should actually pin the data. I'm busy preaching about pinning in make.com in my videos, but I'm not even pinning the data. So yeah, so we're going to pin that data there, and we're just going to get the blog post, right? And cool. And then the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to limit it, because we want to limit it to just 3 per item. Max items, let's just limit it. Actually, let's limit it to 1 because we're testing right now. So we're going to limit that, just delete this one. And so yeah, let's just see if this works. So let's just have a, I don't even know, an edit field set, and let's just test what we get to see if it is working. So yeah, we got 6 items, which is what we put in. So that means this limits it down, yeah, 1 to 32, and we only get 6 items. So this is working perfectly fine. So if we come in here, we can just see what we get from the RSS feeds, for example. Let's just make this a bit slower or smaller. So we get the creator, the title, connect your Make AI agent to the tools with the Make MCP server, the link, creator, content snippet, and other information. So like I said, we have basically categories on the blog post blog page that we're going to be filtering the content by. We'll have the AI agents, we'll have AI voice and AI automation, and we basically want to tag the ideas by what category they fall into. So to do that, what I'm going to do is we're going to use an AI step, and this sentiment analysis, well, what's it? We don't want sentiment analysis. What other options we have here? We've got question answer. Actually, sentiment analysis could work. Let's see. Define the category of the following. Define the category of the following. It's a group the category of the blog of the following blog post title into one of the following. 1, voice agents, 2, we said chat agents, 3, we said AI automation, or 4, general AI agents. Cool. And then obviously we just need to make this an expression rather, because we're going to be putting in these fields. So this was just there to test to see what was going to happen. So, the sentiment analysis is not what we want, because this is positive, neutral, negative. This is good for like an email qualification, but that is not what we're doing. Okay, back to the drawing board. Yeah, AI agents a bit overboard. OpenAI, basic LLM chain. Yeah, these two I'm leaning towards. Information extractor, question and answer chain, summarization chain, text classifier. Oh yeah, text classifier. I'm an idiot. I didn't even see it. That's exactly what we want. Oh, perfect. Category. Base, beautiful. Yeah, agent. No, text or chat based. Chat based AI agents. No, actually, we want voice agents, not chat based. Voice agents, chat agents, AI automation, and we said general AI news. I don't know, literally exactly what I was doing. It's going to see AI news. Right, and I'm just gonna add some categories here. Blogs relating to AI voice technology. Mainly AI voice agents, right? And I can just copy this and just edit the things here. AI agent technology, mainly AI chat-based agents. Yeah, agents or tools. AI automation, technology, logistic blogs relating to technology. Told you I can't spell. Technology. I was into technology. What should we say here? That automate processes / streamline outcomes. There we go. Actually, streamline. Okay. General AI news. General AI trends / advancements. Cool. And the text to classify is we're just gonna grab the title, and I'm just gonna put the title into one of these categories, and I was gonna label this a blog category. Cool. We're gonna rename that. And this is going to give us voice agents, chat agents, AI automation, general AI automation. For the model, I'm not going to be using Anthropic because, yeah, that's just a waste here. OpenAI as well, I'm not going to be using because I'm just going to be using Gemini because it's actually quite free. Or I've not been charged for it. I've not put my card in any of the APIs, so I'm going to keep using it until they charge me. So what model are we going to use here? Where is it? I think the 2.0 like Flash is actually quite good. It's cheap. Gemini 2.0 Flash right there. And yeah, that is what we need. And let's run this now and see what we get. It's executing workflow. Let me not rush it. And the thing about n8n, right, over make.com is you'd have to probably iterate over these in make.com. But n8n works in objects already, or I mean arrays of objects or items or whatnot. So you don't have to iterate through them, it just goes through it immediately. But if you want to like act on it sometimes, like this one here, you might have to loop through it and go over that. So let's see. So we've got the voice agents branch, we've got this one, retail AI, literally, chat agents, Zapier, how to use ChatGPT image generation, that's an image or AI agent really. Let's change this category to be AI agents instead, but these are also AI agents. An AI agent is an AI agent, it's just the model of or the interface which is speaking to them. But yeah, I'm just gonna leave that. Connect your Make AI agent to tools within the Make MCP server. Yeah, it's about correct. There's no AI automation, general AI news. Okay, cool. So now what are we gonna do here? I want to know if it, do we have a different route for them? Because what if we add a merge, right? Because what I'm thinking, let me walk you through my thinking, is I want to keep this category and add that to the Google Sheet, so I can have a quick like reference of what it's talking about. So I can either do that by having so you see how these outcomes, each one has a plus by it. I can do the same thing for each one of them and just at the end, depending on which branch it came out of, tag it there, but there has to be a better way than that. So let's just check this merge. Number of outputs, let's see what this gives us. Okay, merge data multiple streams onto once data for both is available. So we've got 4 categories, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, here's the other one I couldn't see. Input 1. Oh, look how cool this is. Just drag and drop. Okay, let's see what we get. Blog category, inputs, creator, title, link, pub date, content snippet, categories. Oh, okay, right. Categories, AI guide. Okay, I think that's the categories from the blog themselves rather than the blog content. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is use an edit variable module. I'm still thinking in make.com. I was about to say set, but it is a set. Edit fields, and what we're going to do is we're going to have manually mapping fields right here. So what we're going to have is the category, the name, the title, the link, the content snippet as well. Yeah. Oh, actually, there might be a better way to classify these blogs, because from the RSS feed, what do we get? We get let's have a look here. Blogs done. Maybe let's just look at the table view or schema view is fine. Let's just bring this to the side and drag this along. You get the same thing here. I don't know why I'm busy doing that. Okay, we get avoid the costliest AI call route, pitfalls by learning what solves on enterprise AI calling rollouts, explore how to launch smaller roster with retail AI. Okay, actually, probably what's better to do than just the title is both the title and the content. So let's do that. Blog title. Let's just put blog content here. Blog snippet. And we can just not grab from that side because that's what comes out. Snippet right here. Okay, that's just a quick optimization. But anyway, what we want to do is just make sure we set the variables. Let's just run this quickly. Let's just pin all of this. Pin. Can I pin this? Okay, never mind. Let's just get this blog category test step to see what we get now. Oop, what happened here? 6 items, 15 items, 1 item, 13 items. Okay, let me actually unpin this data right here. And what we're gonna do is just gonna run the whole thing again. This should limit and everything should be fine. Okay, you know what? Actually, I think I'm being inefficient here and being pedantic. That just might rack up costs. The blog title is good enough for what we're doing. Okay, cool. Back to what I was saying. We're just gonna grab the output of that, and we're just gonna have the blog, and we're just gonna have the creator right here. You're gonna have the title. Grab that title. We're gonna have the link, right? And we're gonna add a custom field here. We're gonna have category, and the category is going to be the field that it's on, right? Or the line that's on. So this one's gonna be voice agents, and the other ones are gonna be the specific categories. So what we're gonna do there is just copy that edit fields node. I'm just gonna duplicate it 2 more times. Okay, where did the other one go? Okay, cool. Can I paste, please? Okay, that took a while, but I don't know why. So what we're gonna do is just delete these routes and have them go to the respective edit fields place. Just put that there. General AI. Okay, and obviously we just need to have the correct tag. So this one was chat agents. Chat agents. I don't know why AI agents just sound so much cooler than chat agents. Anyway, AI automation. And then the next one is general AI news. AI news. Perfect. And should we name them? No, I'm feeling lazy. Okay, so we're just gonna put them into this merge column. And I think everything should work out. Well, I'm hoping. I can just pin that. That would be great. And pin these ones so I don't have to run them again. Okay, now let's see. If I run this, executing workflow, if I unpin it, maybe the pinning is messing things up. I don't know. Let's have a look. Can I unpin, please? Thank you. Thank you. Let's test this workflow now. It's gonna grab the feeds. It's gonna go to the RSS, go to blog category. 5 items. Okay, cool. Amazing. So we got blog, title, link, category, voice agents, chat agents, general AI news, general AI news. Cool. This is very cool, guys. It took me a minute to think. I don't know why my pinning is messing things up. Because I'd pinned it here, but then it only went from the one item. But they are different categories. Okay. Can I pin that separately? Okay, can't. So now, what do we want to do? We want to get some keyword clusters for the specific blog idea. So let's see what we get out of this. We get the title, the link, for the blog, right? Image generation, how to use ChatGPT image generator. Connect your Make AI agent to tools with the Make MCP server. So, because we should get ideas for some content. So do we get the ideas first? These are like the starting foundation to see what's like relevant. So do we just use these to validate some keywords for them? Or, cause yeah, how to use ChatGPT image generation, connect your AI agent, 11 game-changing open source AI tools every dev should know about. Okay, to be clear, what I'm thinking of doing instead of just taking this title right here is I'm gonna get ChatGPT to read the content snippet and have that title in mind and come up with a different angle on that same content. And yeah, that's what we're going to put in the Google Sheet to validate later. So what we're going to grab is, did I put the content snippet? I think I got rid of it because I want to see how long this content snippet is. If it's very long, I don't want to be putting that in a LLM JSON blogs. Okay, let's just come to the RSS feed. That will just give us a better idea of the length of this content snippet. Because if it's short, I'll put it in. Content snippet. Make is introducing the latest way to make codable. That content snippet is short. What about this one? Automatically turn Webflow. Actually shorter than I thought, because I saw them and I thought it was a big long paragraph, but not really. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. And then we can obviously enrich it more when we validate it from like using Perplexity. So the reason why I was looking at the length of the content snippet, because obviously I don't want to rack up token usage, because if you just stuff a whole lot of stuff into the prompt token and completion, the prompt tokens will be a lot, and then completion tokens will probably be a little, because you're not asking for a lot of the output, you're just asking for a title and like a content idea. So yeah, I just don't want to use a lot of tokens on just coming up with an idea. So instead of just doing like all the research here and like scraping the web blog posts, which we might not even use, that's why I want to put it all on a Google Sheet after we have done the keyword research. So we're going to do the keyword research. We're going to get a title. We're going to get a new angle, rather. We're going to get, this is actually the definitive plan. We're going to get a new angle based on this title and the content snippet. So to do that, we're going to come back here and probably just add a new category and say content snippet. And you're going to do that for the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to see that, so I'm going to cut that out. So yeah, before I do that, I'm just going to grab the content snippet right here and just place it here. And I'm going to do that for the rest of them. And I'm sure you'd rather be doing something else than watching me do that for the rest of them. So okay, I've just gone and edited all of those just to have the content snippet. So what we're going to do is we're going to run it again. Great. Do we have the content snippet now? We do. Okay, cool. So now, like I said, we're going to get ChatGPT or any other model of your choosing to create a title or a content idea, which is a different angle on the one that's in the blog post, the originating blog post. Probably just OpenAI. Let's not even make it a big of a deal or something more than it has to be messaging assistant. So what are you enabling this one? Angle. Let me not spell angel. Angle finder. Rename. Okay, so choose assistant. Oof, I don't want assistant. Let me resource text. Yeah, it's message a model. Probably not message an assistant. I don't have an assistant for this. Let's just go for all many, because we don't want to be spending too much money on something this simple. So prompt. Okay. Different potential angles that are different or nuanced. Right? Yep, an expert content strategist who has a keen understanding of the potential angles that are different or nuanced. Come up with a new angle on the given blog post snippet and title. Your output should be a single Your output should be a single title that is captivating, and your output should be a single title that is captivating and a good foundation for a blog that takes a different angle on the provided text. The given blog is a foundation for a new blog post that will speak on the core message of the provided snippet, but in a different light/notes. Return only. Just shouted it because it will return. Here's your different angle which you can use to write a blog. We don't want that. We just want only the title and nothing else. No commentary. I will tell it to just keep quiet and just do what it's told before it comes and kills us. So yeah, this is the system. I'm going to add another message, and the next message is going to be here is the blog snippet and title. Title. Cool. Let's see what it gives us, right? If it's good or not. Content transforming AI callouts, strategies for unforeseen success beyond just avoiding mistakes. Okay, interesting. Beyond the pixels, unleashing creativity with ChatGPT's image generation capabilities. Unlock AI potential, how the Make MCP server bridges the gap between creativity and control. Beyond the code, how open source AI tools are shaping the future of collaboration and innovation. Unveiling AI, how everyday problems spark revolutionary innovations. I'm not going to get really granular on it right now because it's a tutorial. I don't want to take so long. Make this like a 5-hour tutorial. Okay.
Jesus Christ. I'm finished.
Okay. So now we have the titles that we can do keyword research with. So now what we need to do is get some keyword research done. And to do that, we're going to be using DataForSeo. But this is not make.com where you can have so many integrations. So you're going to have to use the raw HTTP requests and use post and get requests to get the information which we need. So I'm going to head over to the DataForSeo docs, and I'm just going to walk you through the different endpoints and what endpoints we're going to be using for this project. So this is DataForSeo. If you want to create an account, you should go ahead and do it. It's very cheap. You get like, I think $10 or $5. Actually, no, you get $1 to start, but that $1 can definitely last you for quite a while. But once you've exhausted that $1, you have to pay $50 in credits. But it's credits. It's not like a monthly fee. And $50 is the minimum. So I'm just gonna log in here. So this is DataForSeo, and what we want to do is probably go to API access, but I'll be doing that just now. But first I do just want to go to the docs, right? So we can just explore the endpoints and see which one is probably best for our use case here. I think the best thing about DataForSeo is the amount of endpoints which they have, but it's also just provides a bit more complexity to the system. So I'm just going to go to the documentation, yeah, because to filter out which ones you actually need is a bit hard. So actually the endpoint that we're looking for here is a keywords suggestions tool. Let's see, probably DataForSeo Labs API. Okay, getting warmer. Overview, let's see, keyword research, keywords for site, related keywords, keyword suggestions. Oh, there we go. I want the one that's trained on their data. Okay. The keyword suggestions input by search queries include a specified C keyword. That is based on full text search for a specified keyword, therefore returns only those search terms that contain the keyword you set in the post array with additional words after or within a specified key phrase. Return keyword suggestions can contain the words of specified key phrase and sequence different from what you specify. Let me just explain what I'm doing here. I'm just seeing what the output and what input we need here, because if we head over back to n8n, we're going to have to use an HTTP. No, okay, that's the wrong one. HTTP request. And I want to see what endpoint, what information you have to put into this endpoint and what we can expect back, right? So that's why I'm reading this and just trying to understand. So if you do anything relating to HTTPs, just go to the documentation, see what you actually have to put into the HTTP, and also just like see what you'll get back from it. Let's test to see this thing, right? So we want to grab this HTTPs or endpoint and HTTPs. Go to this, go back to n8n, paste that right there, and they said the message was post, I think, or the method rather was post. Is it? Yep, it's post. Okay, so method post and post URLs there. Authentication will probably be generic login type, I'm pretty sure. Let's check this. Predefined credentials. Probably not. Okay. None. Let's us go back into DataForSeo to see what authentication we need. So API access is what we're looking for here. Let's grab that. So here's your API login, and then you'll have your API password. So as you see, it's the old way of doing it. It's not like we have bearer token and whatnot. It's just API login, API password. So we're gonna head over back to n8n, and let's see if we can find those options. Auth, create new credential. There we go. Let's just say DataForSeo. Cool. So the user should just be my email address right here. info@nextorbit.ai. Let's head over back to info@nextorbit.ai. I'm just gonna grab the password for my email. If you just created your DataForSeo account, it should just be here. You can just copy it. Yeah, so it remain visible for 24 hours after. So I'm just gonna send this to my email, and I'll connect it to my account once it's there. Okay, cool. The credentials have been added, no problem. And now we need to look at the query parameters and the body. Probably just send body. We're using JSON. And what do we need to send? So we need, let's just make this in schema so it's easier to read. So we're gonna take this title, and we're going to use that as a keyword. I'm hoping it's not too long-winded, or we might just have to break it up and find the relating keywords based on a ChatGPT broken down thing. But we'll see what we can do. So let's head over to DataForSeo, and let's just see an example of their request. So you can just copy this. Also, just a tip for when you're doing HTTP requests and just finding out what you need to put in. Just go to the documentation, and they'll usually have an example of the request, and it's always going to be the data raw, because we're not doing this in like SQL or Node.js. We're doing this in no-code platforms. So it's going to grab this part here, that's data raw, under headers, authorization. Oh, actually, never mind. Yeah, so we're just going to grab this part here and see if everything works. So we're just going to copy that, head back to n8n, and paste that all here. Let's take this out, right? And we're going to put the limit to 1 because we're just testing things out here. And you put a comma there so we don't break the JSON. And the keyword we want to put in is this. I think it might be too long tail. Let's see. We might have to push our luck here to see it. Okay, I just broke the thing because it wasn't an expression. Let's grab this. Where do we want to? And we're just going to drag and drop the content in between the commas. Transforming AI, core rollouts, strategies for unforeseen success beyond just avoiding mistakes. Okay, so now let us see if everything should work. Hopefully it does. If we get an error, we'll work through it together. Waiting to execute. Yeah, JSON parameter needs to be valid JSON, one item. What's the problem here? Let's see. Oh, maybe I know what might be the issue here. Maybe it's this coming out this new line. Yeah, okay, let's just string JSON. Can I do that? Dot JSON. Let's see what options we have to make this work. So we've got basic encode, no, concat, extract domain, extract email, extract hash code, remove markdown, tags, replace all, slice, split, substring to JSON string. There we go. I'm hoping. Let's see, it should work. Okay, parameter needs to be item 0. Okay, let's look at this. Let's head over to a JSON formatter. So just search JSON formatter on Google, and just this one I use so much. And we're gonna just paste this in here. I'm just gonna validate it. Hi, well, it's working. This is a valid JSON. So what is the issue? Let's just change this to a simple word like phone, like they had in the example, and let's see. Okay, let's spell phone correctly, and let's see what we get back. Okay, so the authorization is good. Tasks, no. Post data is invalid. An array of tasks is expected. Yeah, so we're not getting actually back any information because it's too long tail, like I thought. We need like a seed keyword for that idea. So one, we're gonna have to use ChatGPT. So this is gonna be like our first step in the generation process, and the next step will be to shorten it into a seed keyword. Yeah, and then from the seed keywords we can just get ideas and just cluster them. So let's just get an AI step here. Let's go to should we make an AI agent do this keyword research? We can give it the tool of the HTTP request. And then it can also obviously find the angle. Okay. I'm trying to think, is this like a very good use case for it? Okay, let me not get ahead of myself. Let me just do the simple things here. AI agent this, AI agent that. Just create the simple workflow. That's also just me coming from Make, just creating simple workflows. But anyway, let's go to basic. Let's go to OpenAI. I want a decent model here. Where is it? Messenger model. Role. You are an expert. Seed keyword generator. Task. Create a seed keyword for the following blog post. Idea. This your keyword. Your output keyword will be used in that will get keyword suggestions. Cool. Do you know anything serious? Yes, use any. But if not, use any. I assume so. Okay, let's go to system. Message user. Here is the blog idea. Go grab that. Okay, cool. And that's user. That is system. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna try and pin it again. I'm just fingers crossed it works. Okay, let's see if that will actually give us results, because also it's a bit long word. Let's see if we put this in here, what do we get? Test step. So I was running into the same issue with my make.com scenario where the keywords which I'm putting in were creating two long tail keywords for the keyword suggestion tool. So let's see if we can overcome this issue in Make or n8n. Yeah, just some issues here that we're getting similar. Include SERP info, include seed keyword. Okay, maybe it's an include seed keyword. I did not remove that. When I remove that, actually let's just change it to false. Maybe we don't have to remove it. I don't know if the default is just false. We can check that, but let's just see. Include false, test set, similar. No results. Let's go to DataForSeo, just read the documentation a bit. So if we go back to the n8n, and our blog post was originally what? Revolutionizing AI call rollouts. AI call rollouts is probably a better keyword to search for, right? So what did this give us? AI call rollout strategies. That's a bit long tail. So let's come in here and let's test to see if my idea is probably better, and then if my ideas works, we can just prompt ChatGPT to produce output like that. And we can add a fallback here. If this returns null, we can go back and create another. Okay, I'm highlighting the wrong thing. We can go back and just have a fallback that give us a new keyword, and we can not break the flow. AI call rollout. Let's see. Test step. Also nothing. So it's a new day to build, and I was just running into an issue with the previous build where when we were trying to find the keywords, we weren't getting responses, or the responses which we were getting were quite irrelevant. So I've been doing some thinking, and we're probably going to use an AI agent here. And what we're going to pass into the AI agent is obviously, let's just grab this merge module. We're going to pass in the title, the snippet, and the category of the blog, right? So what we're going to do and instruct the agent to do is basically read that idea, read the snippet, understand it, come up with an angle, and then an angle on that idea, and find the keyword cluster using the tools we're going to provide it with. And it's going to output the idea or the content with the keyword cluster already provided using the tools. So I think that's probably the best way, because what I was running into, obviously, like I said, was it's either the keywords which we were getting were irrelevant to the blog post, or we weren't getting keywords at all. And they're also going to give it perplexity to as like a fallback to basically just search for keywords, or something like Tably as well. We'll see which one works better. So we're going to go AI agent right here, and we're going to use Gemini, right? I've been doing some research, and Gemini 2.5 Flash, I think it's the 0417 one. It's probably the best for SEO and marketing. So that's the model we're going to be using. And for the tools, right, we're going to have a couple of tools. We're going to be having DataForSeo, of course, and like the Tably tools. So let's just label them all, and we'll just Tably, rename that, and we'll just fix these up later. We'll just get them in. We'll have DataForSeo, the next one. We're gonna have a couple of the DataForSeo ones. So if the one doesn't respond with actual like good keywords, we can default to the other ones, and then if those all fail, we'll just go to Tably and just get keywords like that. So let's also go for. So this first DataForSeo one is going to be a keyword suggestion. I'm going to rename that. The next one will be, I think, what do you want to say? Related keywords. Let's just go HTTP request. Related keywords. Rename that. And the next one will be keyword ideas. And that was actually going to be the last one. Let's just say keyword ideas. Cool. So we're going to give it all of these endpoints, which you can use to get some information and see if we get a response back that's one, relevant to the blog post idea that it's going to come up with, and two, validate the SEO keyword cluster with metrics like search volume and competition as well. And there's no need for memory right now. We can just single shot prompt it. We don't need to give it memory. So let's just actually set up these tools, and then we'll jump into the prompt after that. So we're going to head over to Tably. I'm going to get all the information we need to connect this HTTP request. So this is the Tably overview page. Here's your API key, which you're going to copy into n8n. But before that, just go to Tably MC, not Tably MCP, I mean. We want to go to the documentation so we can get the endpoints. And you just want to go to API reference right now. And obviously, we just want this post request. So we're just going to grab this URL right here, head over back to n8n, and paste the URL right there. Then authentication, let's just check what type of authentication. It's probably just bearer token. Where's the docs? Authorizations. Yeah, that's bearer. Okay, cool. So we're just going to head over to n8n, authentication. We're going to say generic credential type, bearer auth. And then we can just change this here. We can just create a new credential. Let's name this Tably. And for the bearer token, you're gonna head over back to Tably, and you're gonna grab the API token. Got the API token. It's gonna be this key right here. It's gonna copy that. Head back and paste that token right there. And click save. So now that's all set up, the authorization and what we need. So let's just also just give it a description. A tool that you can utilize to search the internet for trends at current search requests. Yep, okay. And then what we want to do is go back to Tably to just see what type of body or response it requests. So we're going to go to the documentation and the data. Okay, what does it request? So it needs a query. You don't need to have a topic, search depth, chunks per source, max results, time range, days, include answer, private query. Okay, include raw content. Okay, what do we need here? We don't need all of this stuff. We could just go for a few things. So we're gonna have the query, and I'm just gonna grab this, and I'm gonna use it in the Tably response. So we're gonna send body, and we can just use the fields. We're gonna label this query, and then the value will be determined by the model, and the search query. Use this. So here with Tably docs. Let's copy in. search query text execute tab. Yeah, that should be good enough. And come here, space out there. And that is the query. And let's see what else we might need here. Cat value, we're just gonna say, what is it? Month. That was the enum, right? So yeah, so month is what we're going to say. And let's see what else we need. No days back from the current date to include. Okay, yeah, only available if the topic is new, so that's irrelevant to us. We don't need an answer because we're getting the agent to do that for us. We don't need images. Include the cleaned and parsed HTML content of each search result. This actually could be very good. Include, default false. Include raw content. So if it's saying include raw content, but the description is include the cleaned and parsed HTML content of each search result. Okay, actually, we're going to ignore this. I think it's going to give us like the whole HTML for it, and that's not what we want. Include images, we don't need. Include descriptions, we don't need. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we're going to head over back to n8n, and that should be that setup. We'll test to see if it's going to work. And a tool that allows you to utilize search, that you can utilize to search the internet for trends. Okay, that should be fine for the Tably setup. And now for the keyword research by DataForSeo. So get keyword suggestions. We're going to head over to DataForSeo, and we are going to wait for it to load, and then let's just search. Where was it? Now we want DataForSeo Labs API. Head over to Google, and we want keyword research, and we want keyword suggestions right there. So yeah, keyword suggestions is the one we want. So we're going to grab this response right here. Let's go to n8n, paste this in right here, and for the description I'm just going to use the one that DataForSeo says. It just maybe summarize it, but okay, perfect. Let's just go to n8n and paste this in the description. Perfect. Keyword suggestion, endpoint authentication, we're just going to use generic credential type. Bearer auth, I'm pretty sure. Is it? No, okay. It's going to be basic auth, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, DataForSeo. So, send body. We need a body, right? And let's just come here and let's check what we have to send there. Let's see what we need to send. Okay. So obviously we need the keyword. Right, we're going to grab that. Idea. Add parameter keyword, and obviously it's going to have that predefined by the model. Description, the keyword which you will be getting data for. What else? What other parameters do we need in this response or request? Location name, optional field. See keyword. Don't need that. Include search info. Don't need that. So I'm thinking we should add some filters here, so that we don't just give the AI like a whole bunch of keywords that are actually going to be useless and has to filter through and sort. So that's just basically help it out there. So we're going to come here. We're going to add a parameter. We're going to have key filters right there, and then the value will be. Okay, so the value will be, yeah, this is actually a good one. Keyword competition level is equal to low, and keyword info search is greater than 100. That's probably good for what we need here. So we just basically only give it the best keywords. I'm hoping that'll work. We'll have to see if it works. Add parameter. And is there another parameter which we need? Let's add a limit, so we don't want to just over flood it. Limit, have a limit of like 50. That should be enough keywords. And then what else do we need here? DataForSeo. Offset tokens, tag. Okay, we don't need anything else from there. So that is the first one it should utilize. Then keyword suggestions, related keywords, we're gonna also imbue it with. So we're gonna head over to DataForSeo. Let's see here. Related keywords. Let's grab this endpoint. Head back. Paste that right here. Actually, no. Let me make our lives easier and just actually put this right next to it. So just a quick copy and paste. Okay, authentication, basic, like we said. Same type of thing, and we're gonna be sending bodies. So what does it require? What does it require? The keyword, let's put that in here.
The keyword which you are getting related searches for.
This endpoint. Put this in the description. Related to, let's delete that. Gets related keywords appearing in the searches related to SERP element. You can get the up to, okay, we don't want to include that. Each related keyword comes with a list of relevant product categories, search volume rates for the last month, search volume trend for the previous 12 months, as well as current cost per click and completion rates. So just quickly, we're just putting in these descriptions because it just basically gives the agent a bit of context on when to use these tools, and that'll just basically help it decide when it should use these tools and when it shouldn't. So basic auth, yep. Okay, now we're just going to check what type of body we need to send. The keyword is fine. And is there anything else? Probably a depth should be good here. Okay, we can put in location name, it's not a big deal. Location name, add parameter, location name, we'll just say United States. And next up, location code we can ignore because we've got a language name, language code. Can we just say, yeah, language code, we put English in and just en, just like that. And depth, we don't want it to basically run away and just provide too many keywords to the agent. So for the depth, I think we should just go into one page. Let's see what it says. The keyword search depth, optional field, default value 1, number of return results depends on the value set in this field. 0, 1, 8 keywords. Okay, I think 8 keywords is fine. We can leave it at 8. We don't need 72 keywords. That's too many. Yeah, we can just leave it like that. I'm pretty sure that should be fine. And for the next tool, what is the next tool over here? Keyword ideas. Okay, let us just expand this panel right here so we can get this keyword ideas right there. And just to be a bit clear here, why we're just adding so many of these tools is because sometimes some of them fail, and sometimes some of them don't even give you relevant keywords because it might be a new keyword which doesn't have a lot of like search volume and competition available or data available. So we just need to kind of have fallbacks and we get the most relevant ones, and we'll just make sure in the prompt of the agent that it gets the most relevant ones, and if not, then it will just default to Tably and just search what's trending. So the algorithm selects, so that's why we're just giving these descriptions so it knows which one to use in which sequence. Volume rate for the last month. Okay, the keyword, yeah, let's just do this, grab this. All right, these should also all be post. Let me just go and make sure that they all post before that breaks anything. These are all get right now. Just make sure we change them to post. Method post, and change this one to post as well. Keyword ideas. So we just need to finish setting this one up and grab this endpoint, paste that right there, and just copy the endpoint description. Provide search terms that are relevant to the product or service categories of the specified keyword. Just reading this to see if we need it. Okay, we don't really need anything else there. And now for the body, what we want is to go to the documentation, grab this keywords right here. Let the AI choose the keyword. Keyword marketing. Okay, that should be fine. And what other values do we need here? Okay, location code, location name. We're just gonna have to put these in, unfortunately. Grab these, add parameter, United States. Language name we can just ignore, language code we can ignore. Actually, we do need the language code. Oh, was an optional field? Location, en. Okay, just checking if we need anything else. Okay, yeah, we probably want this limit. We don't want it to return so many keywords. Probably just put it at 50. And we also want some filters also going here, so we don't get rubbish. Where's this other one that we copy pasted last time? Keyword info, search volume in, okay, and keyword competition level. That's a good one for us and what we're doing here. Just put that in here, because basically what this is saying is this keyword search volume is either in 1 to 1,000. So there's people are searching for this, so it's not going to be. You know what? It should not actually not be in. I'm thinking it should be greater than. So let's see if we can change that. So they've got this sign here, and we want to change that to greater than, because what it was doing before was if it's in this range, it will return it, but I think it should be greater than 100 search terms. So if we just come in here, delete this, and how does it look here? We want 100. Just make sure this is looking correct, you know. Just comparing these two just to make sure like it's the correct format that the endpoint like accepts. Okay, or greater than 100 is fine. Okay, that's all the filters. I'm gonna copy this into the other keyword tool that we've got, because I'm pretty sure the other one we just had the in 1000, because that will return search volumes were like 50 or 10, and that's not what we want. We want high volume search keywords. Yeah. Okay, now this one was greater than 100. Perfect. And now we should get onto the prompt to design this agent and make it do what we need to do. So now we can just close this DataForSeo side and just focus on the prompt here. So let's just make this expression and let's get to prompting. Just give it a roll. You are an expert SEO content strategist who specializes in coming up with content ideas and doing keyword research for those content ideas. Cool. That should be a good system prompt role. So basically, we're gassing up a bit, we're just hyping it up, saying you're an expert SEO content strategist, and this part is basically just like have it understand what it needs to do, and who specializes in coming up with content ideas, because we're going to be giving it the title and the snippet, and need to come up with a new idea, and then based on the idea, it's going to be doing keyword research for that content idea, for that. Good to be giving this menu. You're an expert SEO content strategist who specializes in coming up with content ideas, and doing keyword research for that, okay, let's actually change it. You're expert content strategist who specializes in coming up with a content idea / angle, and doing keyword research for that content idea, not ideas. Needs to be clear here. And then the task. So it will receive. So the task is firstly coming up with a new content idea, and then doing keyword research for that content idea. One, receive a blog post title and snippet, and come up with a new content idea / angle on the one provided. And then 2, do keyword research on that content idea. Do keyword research on that content idea to come up with a keyword cluster that will help with SEO. That's the task. Receive a blog post title and snippet, and come up with a new content idea / angle on the one provided. Do keyword research on that content idea to come up to get a keyword cluster that will help with SEO for the content. Okay. And coming up with content ideas. Let's probably say for blog post. Just a little bit more context of what's going on. And okay, receive a blog post title and snippet, and come up with a new content idea angle on the one provided. Do keyword research on that content idea to get a keyword cluster that will help with SEO for the content idea. Okay, specifics now. We're going to get into how it's going to be doing this, right? Actually, we'll list it. So now it's going to give us some context, right? So we can basically explain what we're doing and how it can help us in doing that. Context: you form part of a automation that generates blog content. You're part of the automation that generates blog content for a AI agency who offers AI automations and systems. The blog content will be a form of traffic to generate leads. Okay, you're part of an automation that generates blog content for an AI agency who offers AI automation and systems. The blog content will be a form of traffic to generate leads. The content should speak about AI, use cases, developments, and what else we say? The content should speak about AI use cases, developments, and what should we say? AI use cases, developments, and that should be good. Okay, now for specifics. Okay, so 1, it should take the given blog post content title / angle and come up with a new title and description and brief description for the new blog post. Given blog post title and description and snippet, and come up with a new title and brief description for the new brief description describing what the new blog post will be about. Take the given blog post title and snippet and come up with a new title and brief description describing what the new blog post will be about. Okay. 2, utilize the given tools to do keyword research for the new blog post that you suggested. Utilize the given tools to do keyword research for the new blog post that you suggested. Now let's explain the tools to the agent. Tool usage. So I've got this thing prepared. We're just going to go through. So basically what we're going to explain to it is how it should go about using the tools and the pitfalls, and how it should go about falling back if things don't work out. So I'm just going to paste in this one thing which I prepared, and I'll put it in here. So essentially, take the given blog post title and snippet, and okay, no, that's what we had before. Tool usage, endpoint arsenal, and when to use them. Keyword suggestions, full text search. What it does, returns any search queries containing your seed with volume, trend, CPC, competition, and competition. So remember that. When to use, your first call catches long tails even on narrow seeds. Then 1.2 related keywords, searches related to. What it does, expose Google's related searches graph. Expose Google's related searches graph for your seed. Returns up to this many ideas, and we should probably remove this. It should actually not returns how many? I think it was 8. Up to 8 ideas with volume, keyword difficulty, and CPC. When to use, just tell it when to use it. After suggestions to pivot into adjacent topics when direct matches run dry. Keyword ideas, categorical, what it does, finds other keywords in the same product / service category as your seed keyword. When it should use it, so you need to explain that to it. When you need industry adjacent terms rather than exact matching long tails. And we're also going to give it the keywords. Okay, actually, I'm going to delete this part. And 1.4, we're going to explain the tably search. What it does. Allows you to search the internet for trends and gather raw evidence for search volume and interest. When to use, if all other tools return nothing or irrelevant keywords for the blog post. Context. You're part of an automation that generates blog content from an AI agency. Okay, cool. And I'm still going to talk about some notes here in the end of this prompt. I'm just going to say this. We're going to say only choose keywords which have good search volume and what else? Low keyword difficulty. Cannot spell. I'm sorry, I should understand that. Only choose the keywords which have good search volume and low keyword difficulty and are relevant to the blog post idea that you came up with. Only choose keywords which okay, that should be a good idea. And then we want to structure its output. So we're going to use a structured output parser. Can we add that tool? Let's see. How do we structure its output? Okay. Okay. Probably. I don't want to put in the prompt because that might confuse it. Something. Maybe we'll go AI transform, but let's actually see if it works. That's the thing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put a limit so we don't just give it 7 responses. And just put it 1. I'm just going to run oh, we got the response back. Okay, so we're just going to pin that data. So what do we have here? We've got the title, build an AI agent powered by MongoDB Atlas for memory and vector search from n8n, snippet, and category. Okay. So what I forgot to actually put in this prompt was the actual stuff for the blog. Specifics task. Here is the blog title and snippet that you are remixing. So title, I'm just gonna give it the title right there. Snippet. Put in the snippet. So what do we need to do here? So now we need to test it actually. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna test, see how it works. And let's check the logs. Did it use any of the tools? No, it didn't. Okay, let's just redo this. Okay, that's interesting. I'm gonna save this and I'm just gonna refresh the page because I don't know what's happening here. So I'm just gonna test the workflow again so you can actually see what's happening. I didn't actually use any of the tools. That is interesting. Let us see why it didn't do that and what it says. Now let's do some keyword research for this new angle. I will start by using the keyword suggestion tool with relevant seed keywords like no-code AI agents and build AI agents to find long-tail variations. That's good. So then why is it not using the tools? Okay, let's see something quickly. It said it wanted to start with which one? If your tools were used in this run, try giving your tools clearer names and descriptions to help the AI. Let us say. Let's just put something in the prompt here and then we're just going to change the descriptions. Notes. You must utilize the tools to come up with keyword clusters. That changes that prompt. And what did it recommend here? Try giving your tools clearer names and descriptions to help the AI. Related keywords, descriptions. let's see. This endpoint gets related keywords appearing in the search related SERP element. Each related keyword comes with a list of relevant. Utilize this tool. I say this. Utilize this tool to get a related keywords. Cool. Now let us keyword suggestions edit this one as well. Utilize this tool. Get keyword suggestions. A tool you can do that search the internet for trends and current search requests. I mean, yeah, that's okay. That should work. Get keyword ideas and just do the same thing here. Utilize this tool to get keyword ideas. Maybe it's Gemini. Who knows? We'll change it if it's not working. And let's see. Can I pin this and have it run again? It's thinking. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay. That's good. Oh, error. Receive tool input do not match expected schema. Okay, this one worked. Tasks now. Post data is invalid. An array of tasks is expected. Okay, we're probably gonna have to use JSON here. Okay, let's see what the DataForSeo endpoint requires. Documentation, yeah. We want keyword suggestions, and let's see what the request is like. Okay, so it looks like this. I'm just gonna grab that and copy it. Head back to make and put in this JSON, but we need to change a few things here. Wait, let's see something. Okay, if we put this in here, and I'm trying to think if we can get the AI to fill this specific field out. Yeah, okay. So we're probably gonna have to prompt the AI to use this tool specifically, and we're gonna have to see if that works. Put this like this. Okay. Define automatically by the model. An array of a JSON. An array of a JSON object with the following fields. And their required keys. Actually, this is put in like the JSON format. This is the format which you need to edit to get a valid to create a valid response or request. Paste this right here, and let's just check this. So we want I'm just gonna how do you prompt the AI? Okay, fill in. We're gonna say fill in the keyword field with the query. Let's say this with the keyword you want to get suggestions for. Fill in the keyword field with the keyword you want to get suggestions for. The location code will be America, that is that. English, of course. Limit, we probably don't want the limit. Let's see this. Okay. Will it use the tool? Yes, it used the tool. What did it get back? Oh, it actually got back what it needed. It got nothing back. This one's gonna say, yeah, post data is invalid, an array of tasks is expected. Yeah, it's gonna error out now. Ooh, why did it error? Let's just see if it'll finish on itself, by itself. Let's see what is inputted, yeah. Keyword, competition, AI agent memory. That's not a bad keyword. Limit 50. New title, why your AI agent needs a brain, long-term memory explained. New description, moving beyond short-term interactions. Okay, that's nonsense. I'll use the keyword tool with your keyword suggestions for AI agent memory, vector database memory, and building AI agents with the specified filters, but no, what did it say? But no keywords matching the criteria were returned. Let's try a few more related terms for the keyword suggestion tool. Maybe the filters are messing things up. So, we need to change this into a JSON form. So we're just gonna, no wonder, because I was not keeping it as an expression. Anyway, let's just change this and delete this stuff and change it to a using JSON. Yeah. What's the other raw? What's the other type? No, we don't want that. Okay. We want non-binary file either. JSON. Using JSON fields below, we want using JSON. I'm just gonna import the documentation. This was the, what was this endpoint? Related keywords. So head over to DataForSeo. We're gonna check the related keywords, and we're going to get this one right here. Not this. What we want is this request, and we're going to go back to n8n. Put this right here, and we're going to empty this. Do you know that's not what we want? We want to actually make this, let the model define it. This is the format the request should be sent in. It's getting related searches, so we don't need a limit. It just is automatically gonna stop at 1 if we set it like that. Language English, code is okay, and we just specify so the format the request should be sent in. We should specify fill in the keyword field with the keyword that you want to get results for. So let that happen there, and we're gonna have to do it for the other tool as well. So get keyword ideas, we're gonna have to do the same thing. And tably, and let's just have a fallback in the notes right here. If all else fails, if all the data for SEO tools fail, utilize the tably tool to search the internet. Okay, so related keywords has been set up. Keyword ideas, we need to just fix that as well. So just head over back. We have it like that, and no comments. Cool. So it should be working now. I hope it does. With these things, you just have to test and see what works, what doesn't. And I want to pin this actual stuff to have it not run. Hopefully it will work just fine now. I don't know why. Oh, I went to the AI agent. Okay, keyword suggestions tool. Now it's getting responses, but it got no item. And the related keywords, it's getting responses, but no items. That's a problem with the DataForSeo. It doesn't get responses. Oh, now what does this AI agent think? It's doing what we need, guys. It's doing what we need. Okay, let's just check the response. I want to see if it's coming up with this stuff or it's actually like real. Oh no. AI tools for business automation, keyword low, good CPC, search volume is greater than 100. Guys, we did it. We cooked. If we don't know how to do it, just get the AI agent to do it for you. It'll literally, wow. That is beautiful. Let us just rename this SEO expert. Respect him. Okay, cool. Now that is working. To my surprise, because when I tell you, the first time I was recording this video, I was spending so long trying to work out the different API endpoints and seeing which ones are gonna work and which ones are gonna give me results and which ones are actually gonna be relevant to that or to the blog post idea. And I was thinking, like, how can I do this? That the solution, give it to an AI agent, it will save all your problems. Yeah, that's a lesson learned. Okay, cool. And what I wanted to do, what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna get another AI step to just clean the output. So we get a title, description, keyword cluster, put it in a Google Sheet where we can then we can cook from there. What we want to do is just structure the output. So what we're gonna do is get the information extractor, text. We're just gonna put this text into here, and I never actually use this node, so this is why we build this video, because probably you're in the same position as me. So generate from JSON example, define below, probably define below should be fine. Type object properties. Okay, I'm not doing that. Generate from JSON example. Yeah, I was gonna say title, and we'll say how to automate make.com. How did that make sense? How to automate, let's say how to automate SDR using n8n, and then the other will have the description. So have this be text. We don't need to be an array. So the description will be I can actually just copy the output of this agent, so we don't have to be very nuanced about it. Okay. New blog title, power up your business in easy mode. Okay, cool. I'm gonna grab that part, put it in the information extractor title, and paste it here. I'm gonna do the same thing with the description. Power up your business, easy automation with no code. Perfect. Oh guys, I'm so excited. This is so good. Where's the description? New blog description. Perfect. That's a blog post waiting to happen, you know? I can picture it. And then lastly, we're gonna have keyword cluster. Keyword. I should actually put quotation marks here and a comma before the last one. Keyword underscore cluster. And then should you just make this an array, or no, I'll just make it a string. No, I'll make it an array. Let's see what it gave us. Cluster, AI automation for business, AI tools for business automation extractor, keyword cluster. Just gonna paste that right there. AI automation for business, and do that, and put a comma there, and do that, and just close the array. So for anyone who's just unfamiliar with the terms arrays, field types and whatnot, like this is a string. So this is identified by this quotation marks, and quotation marks ended here. And in a JSON object, you need to have commas in between each key. So you see this title, description, keyword clusters. These are the keys, and their values are either strings like this, or they are arrays like this. Which an array is just basically a collection or list of objects. It can be strings like this one. It can be integers. You can mix it up, or you can have an array of JSON objects. You know, it just gets infinitely more granular, and then like Inception basically. Yeah, that should be fine. That's test step. Okay, we got some output. Title: power up your business, easy AI automation with no code. Okay, perfect. It's getting the information we need. And now we just put this into a Google Sheet, guys. The whole SEO keyword research has just been completed. So say Google Sheets, and we're going to probably need to actually go to Google Sheets and create a new row. So we're going to label this RSS feeds, and then we're going to create a new one, and we're just going to label this blog content or content dashboard. A content dashboard. I'm just going to add some headings here. We're going to say title, description, keywords. Okay, that should be enough. Oh, and we also want to get the category and blog post link. Let's say category, probably category and original link. So that is that done. Now let's just put this into this field and fill out these fields. So we want to update a row, or create a row rather, not create a sheet. Get rows. Let's probably append row and sheet. That is the name. Push to content dashboard. I'm gonna rename that. And then Google Sheet, sheet within document, append row. Yeah, I was gonna append row from list. Let's just get blog content right there. From list, we want a content dashboard. Title. Okay, so title, we're gonna have description, and then we are going to have keywords. Can I add this array and will it evaluate? Yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, perfect. And category, we can come back here to the merge. Oof. And this won't be here when you delete it, so the merge will be no, we want the category, so the category will be here and original link will be here. Unpin, okay, we've seen unpin it, and that should work. So I'm gonna unpin this, and we're gonna try with 2 blog posts now to see if everything's working. And yeah, let's just try this out. gonna unpin everything to test from the beginning. It would be great if any. Okay, there we go. Hopefully we don't get any errors whilst executing, but if we do, we'll just troubleshoot it together. So we're just gonna limit this to, we'll try 3. 3 blog posts. Let's test this workflow. So it's getting the sheets, it's reading the RSS feeds. It's gonna come in there, classify them, and we're gonna get 7 items. We only choose the 3 of them. It's SEO expert. It's busy cooking here. Got some search results. I was thinking through them. Getting related keywords. It's taking its sweet time. I mean, it is doing it for all 3. So let's see if it's finished like the first one or something like that. Let's see what was returned though. So the requests are good. We're not getting any messages. So yeah, we're actually getting, oh, Google. Yeah, agent memory. Information extracted, tweaked. Cannot read properties of undefined reading map. So I think that there's an issue going on here. It's also putting the 3 items into the thing. Not, is it doing 1 by 1 output? Okay, no, it's doing a 1 by 1 output, which is good. Okay, perfect. I was thinking that it's putting in like all the titles in at once, and then the AI agent's trying to do it all, but clearly not. Okay, so that's fine. Ask assistant. Let's see what AI has to say about what went wrong in AI. Based on the error message, cannot read properties of undefined reading map. And your node configuration, the most likely causes that the information extracted node expects the extracted data to match the structure of your provided JSON schema example. But the input all the fields and structure that your JSON schema expects, title, description, and keyword cluster as an array. If the input text does not clearly contain these elements, the node may fail when trying to map. Okay, so basically I am telling it to do stuff which it cannot do. Let's just copy this and generate. So we want the title, the title of the blog post required. Add attribute, we want description. Is that how you spell description? Yes, it is. Description, the blog post. And then lastly, we just want a keyword cluster. Keyword _ cluster. And we should make this, it's going to be a string. We can't, I wanted to make an array, but anyway. Keywords for the specific blog post required. And that should be good. I just want to pin it and test again. Pin this and run this again. Will it work? Okay, this one's talking nonsense. Let's see. Just gonna delete this then. And is there another step we can use? I might just use a basic LLM chain to do this for us. Okay, yeah. What we're gonna do is just gonna use a basic LLM. Chain. We want to define below. No, actually, just connect it to chat. We can just require a specific output. Ah, perfect. Please extract the following from the provided input. Okay, and actually no, what we can do is just delete that and then change the system prompt. Please extract the following into a JSON object with following fields. With the following fields: title, then we want description, and we also want keyword _ cluster. And we'll require a specific output, and we're just gonna have to change that tool right there, and that should be fine. We can test it, yeah. Model, we'll just use Gemini, just drag that there. Output parser, item list output parser, return data in a defined JSON. Use JSON. Okay, we'll just say title, description. Oh, So just put it like here, and then this is very much looking like so the text parser. But anyway, we also want, what's the last one? Keyword cluster. Okay, cool. Now what we want to do is just say close that off. Okay, we will test to see if this is working the way we expect it to. I'm hoping it does. Let's just test it. Should be fine. Let's just see. Let's just run that. Oh, perfect. There's 3 objects, and I just close them. I'll collapse them. Output title: why your AI agent needs memory, enhancing performance with context and history. Keyword cluster: AI agent memory, AI agent frameworks. Cool. Second one: how AI assistants are transforming research and productivity for businesses. AI assistants for businesses, AI research tools, AI productivity tools. AI agent memory: why your agent needs memory. Wow, guys, this is so cool. And I'm just gonna put that in here. Put title, description, keywords, and category original link. Okay, now let's test from the beginning. Actually, no, I think it should be fine. Let's just work that. Executing workflow. It should be finished. Okay, cool. Let's head over to the Google Sheet. Amazing, guys. We have built the SEO keyword research done. Now it's about coming in here and just selecting the blog posts, and we can actually just hide this. We don't even need to have this visible. Hide column. Yeah, we just come in here and we select the ones which you want to create posts for. If it's a good one, so like why AI agent needs memory, I'm like, okay, that seems interesting. And we can do things with this Google Sheet and post content from it. Okay, so that is the SEO keyword research done, right? And now for the next step, we actually need to go ahead and write the blog posts. So this is done. But we first need to change a few things. The limit we need to remove. Remove that limit. Delete. And let's just make sure it's receiving the correct thing. Title, snippet. Okay, that's working fine. And is this also receiving the correct things? Yep, it is. And then this. Category, merge. Let's just see if that works. Can't determine which item to use. Interesting. Might have to loop through it if that becomes an issue. Can I, since is it an array? Can I index it? If we can index, by indexing I mean we can just like open a bracket. No, we can't even. If I put like a JSON object here, nope, we can't do that. Merge item dot item JSON item. Can we add I? Can't determine which item to use. That's interesting. Original link. All from this merge. That's a problem. Text classifier. Maybe if I run it, it will solve itself. Let's see. Let's just turn this all off. See, this is the thing. I thought I was done, but clearly not. Test workflow. There was an issue. What was the issue? Generator failed to pass stream. Maybe Google is trying to charge me here. Let's check something. Went over the limit or something. If that happens again, I am probably just going to change the model. It's loading. It's interesting. Yeah, gave me a response back. I wonder what happened there. Do you have like a fallback model? That would be interesting if you could set that up. If one fails, just go to another one. Okay, it's seeming like it. No, it's doing what it needs to be done. 5 requests. It needs to get 6, 7. Okay, one more. Let's see. Please work. It does take a minute to actually run. Okay, these are tweaking out. Okay. New discovery. Please check your credentials. Oh, come on, man. That is such a rookie error. Basic auth. .forSeo. Okay, cool. That fixes it. Tably. What was a Tably request? Tably is not working. Bearer auth. You need to go over to Tably and just search the bearer token. Okay. So I'm just gonna get my API key quickly again to see if there's no issue there. Save. Okay, it's good to know that's just only authorization issues. Okay, cool. It's working, but we just picked up these 2 errors, and we could just easily, it was just an authorization error. So just make sure that the key is the correct one. And also the same thing here was just an authorization error. So also just make sure that the key is the same thing. So let us go to the blog content and see. Okay, this is very sick. Everything is working. I love that. Okay, everything's working. And we're getting ideas. We are finding angles on ideas, getting a research, preliminary research, and just some trends if it need be. We're getting keyword ideas as well, or keyword clusters which we can utilize, and putting that all in a Google Sheet. So that is the ideation plus keyword research done. Just make sure you set up the correct authorization. That was the only issue which I had there. So I'm just going to click save because I don't want this thing to just disappear on me. But that is the first phase done. So I'm just going to create a new workflow, and we're going to come back to this one. So we're going to create a new workflow, and the next workflow is going to be to create and draft. So we're actually going to say draft creation. So let's just add a tag here. We'll name it blog. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a field in, what's this thing called? Google Sheets. That'll basically be like, okay, I approve of this content, and let's post it, right? Approve, and we'll just say, I just want to see what triggers we can actually add in Google Sheets to actually get this thing going, if there's a trigger, or if we'll have to do something else. So let's just search Sheets. On row added, on row updated. I would say on row updated. We want to go from, we need to select the credentials. Oh, it's a different one. Okay, it's gonna add create new credentials. I don't know why the other one left. Sign in with Google. So we are just gonna choose the same Google Sheets, not that one. And we are going to go for the content dashboard. Trigger on row updated, that's what we want. And include in output, what does this mean? The option will be effective only when automatically executing the workflow. New version. Oh, okay. So if you update the sheet, which one will be the old version, or the pre-updated one, or the post-updated one? So we're just going to choose the new version. It doesn't really matter. Then the options that you need to have, columns to watch. Yeah, we just want to change the columns, and we want to watch approve. Right. And then we want to go to blog content, and just want to add some drop downs. Insert. Just remove this though. We want to remove this row. We want to insert drop down and just say yes, and we'll have no, and we'll just make yes green and no red. Done. So that is that sorted, and now we'll just have a proof, and we'll just have a filter here okay, we just need to actually test the conditions. Fetch test event. Okay, so just grabbing all of them. Let's just okay, because they all changed recently. So now what if we just change this one to yes? What do we get back? Test fetch events. We still get them all. Columns to watch. Yeah, that's fine. It's grabbing all 6, but we only want to get the ones which were recently updated. So what if I just come out of this and go again? Would that maybe fix it? It still receives pen. Okay, that doesn't really matter. What really matters is you can just filter it by the ones which the approved column is equal to yes. It doesn't really matter. And then if we run this, we'll only get the one, which is what we need. So it doesn't really matter that we're getting all of them, all the ones which are non-approved. Okay, so we're keeping them. So now the process of blog content generation. I'm thinking of probably using a couple of AI agents here. So we're gonna get a research agent to do some research on the topic, get relevant stats, news, and just like stuff to enrich the content here. So we're gonna need a research agent. That's one. Let's actually just get some notes going here. Notes, and we'll just go from this. So we're gonna need a research agent, and we're just gonna use Perplexity. We'll just have like a Perplexity tool attached to it, and then we're going to be needing a agent that's going to get the backlinks that are relevant to the blog post, but the site is new, so there's not going to be very many backlinks, so that's going to be quite irrelevant. So we're not going to have backlink generator. That'll be later on the flow once we've actually got many posts on the Wordpress or the website, I mean. So you just need the research agent, Perplexity tool. What else do we need here? We need an outline. We need an outline agent. That's just going to create the blog outline. And what else are we going to need? It doesn't even have to be agents. These can just be, this one has to be an agent because we need to attach a tool to it. It doesn't even have to be an agent. We can just have a chat completion, and with the tool attached to it, doesn't have to be an agent. But anyway, outline agent, and then we need to stitch the blog together. Because we're going to be getting embedded photos in the post, and to do that, we're going to be needing. Can I stitch the blog together? And each section should have a generated image, right? Yeah, that's about it. Then we're gonna post draft to WordPress site. That's about what we need to do, because we've done the SEO keyword research, we've done the ideation already. We're just taking that and we're going from there. So now let's just get a AI to start the research process. So do we gonna go agent or are we just gonna go tool? No need to complicate anything. We can just go with what is it? We've attached this Perplexity tool here, and we're going to use this messenger model to basically use that tool to get information from the internet. So what we're doing here is just going to prompt this ChatGPT step to use a Perplexity tool to get information to enrich a blog post on this, right? So we are going to just make this bigger so we can all see system, and let's just make this bigger. fine. Yeah, we'll see how things go. System message. Okay. Tool. Let's just actually go to Perplexity and we will look at what we need to put here. Just go to API down here. Start building. Where do you get your API key? Let's come here and click on your account, my account, and you will go to API keys, or that's API bullying, API keys down here, and you'll just copy this key that's over here. Actually, I'm just gonna create a new key. Yep, we're gonna grab this one, scroll over to n8n, and we are going to check the documentation to see what type of authentication it requires. Let's see. API reference, bearer token. Okay, simple one. Bearer, no, not. I need to go to authentication. Generic credentials, bearer auth, and I hope you're just starting to see a pattern of like the way I'm going about reading the documentation, creating the keys, and you can see like it's quite simple. And once you know how to use one tool, you can use all them all. So that's just to help you out there. So we're gonna create a new record. So we're gonna name this Perplexity, and we're gonna put the token in there and click save. Cool. And now for the URL, we go back over to the docs and we can see what URL they want. This is the URL which we need to send the request to, and head back over, paste that URL right there, and we're sending a body, and we need to change the fields. Let's see what it requires though. Okay, it needs a JSON string. It's not like what's it, DataForSeo, where it was an array of objects. So we can just use the field form, I'm pretty sure, and that should be okay. So we got the authorization. We just need the model. Ooh. Model. We'll just use Sonar as well. So we're gonna come here. We're gonna have the name. We'll have model. Paste in Sonar. Add parameter. Go back here. The AI determine the request, right? So we come back here, because what I'm seeing is that it's an object. Let me just explain my thinking. It's an object here. It's firstly an array where we have objects of the role and the content. This is the message which you're sending, and the role can be user or system. So depending on what type of request we can specify what type of answers we're expecting back in the system prompt, and the search query, we put into the user message. So let's see how we can do that in n8n. So we can say add parameter. Okay, you know what we're gonna do is we're gonna do something similar to what we did in the DataForSeo API. So we're gonna come here, we're just gonna grab an example, the example message request, right? And we're just gonna edit a few things. So we're gonna paste that in there, just make this a bit bigger. And we're gonna say this. Here is the example request that the API endpoint expects. So we're just gonna empty this system message right here. I'm gonna allow the AI to fill that in. I'm also gonna exit or delete this user content field here. So I'm just gonna give it some context here. Fill in the system content and user content. Fill in the system content and user content, and we just need to explain what each one does. The user let's just say the system. The system content tells the model how it should return data to you, and the user content is the search query. The user content is a search query. Let's say the search prompt. The search prompt, you are asking a model. This is the prompt you are giving the model. I think that should be fine. Might as well test. And then if it breaks, then we can go again, right? So I'm just gonna pin this, and we're gonna test it up and see what the type of response gives us. And we can move from there. It's gonna immediately stop or give me back my response. I don't know what's going on with my n8n. Whenever I pin the data, it just doesn't want to pop up here. But anyway, let's see. It seems there's an issue with the credentials required to access information. HTTP request, what do we get? No output data returned. Mapping, debugging, generic bearer auth perplexity. What did it tell us? Okay, let's read this together. Schema. It seems there's an issue with the credentials required to access information. To proceed, you may want to explore alternative methods to gather information regarding the latest advancements in AI technology. Okay. Let us fix this. Also, we need to put in the description and title. So let's just fix that first. Okay, Grammarly, can you move? Research form. Here is the blog post which you are doing research for. I'm just gonna put the title there. Grab the title. I don't know why that just happened. And the description. Cool. And we want to just check the perplexity credentials here. Perplexity, bearer auth. That should be okay, hopefully. Let's just test this workflow again. And one has been kept. It's running. Error. Please check your credentials. Let's go back and check our credentials then. Token. So we need to go back to perplexity and get our tokens again once more. Account. And we going preferences, not preferences, we're going to API keys. I'm just going to grab the API key, copy that. I'm just going to make sure it's copied. Head back to n8n, jump here, delete that, paste that. I'm just going to make sure it's even the correct one. Okay, it's the correct one. And we're going to click save. Hopefully that works, and we're going to run it again to see if it works. And if not, we're probably going to create Tably tool, maybe. Probably test the workflow like this will work better. Waiting for you to create an event in Google Sheets. Hey, n8n, I don't know what is happening here. Need to gather specific information, however I can Okay, that is not good. What is happening here? Let's just give it a description. Use this tool to search. Use this perplexity AI HTTP request to get perplexity to do research. Use Perplexity AI HTTP request to get Perplexity to do research. Maybe that'll work. I'm hoping. Let's just save here. I need to refresh this workplace because there's an issue going on here. Authorization failed. Please check your credentials. Actually, let's ask the assistant because I have correctly done it. I'm pretty sure. So the tool is not working, right? So one last chance to try and fix this. Instead of having the generic auth type there, what I'm going to do is come to the headers and activate a header. I'm going to have this one be authorization, and I'll manually put it in the request. I'll put the key here. So with that, that's the key, and we want to just have no authorization now and test to see if it's working. So test this workflow. Received tool input did not match expected schema. Run this one more time. Let's actually see what's going on here. Received tool input did not match the expected schema. Let's see what the issue is now. If this Perplexity thing doesn't want to take, actually, if this Perplexity tool doesn't want to start working, one, we can either use an AI agent with Perplexity attached, or we can just use Tably as a search tool and see what happens there. I'm just gonna try to test workflow one more time. Oh, it's a post. Maybe that's why. Okay, let's delete this and try one more time with the actual headers. Predefined or generic, basic auth, and not basic auth, which is bearer auth, and have Perplexity be there. Wow. If that solves my issues, that'll be great. Still got it wrong. Authorization failed. Okay, let's check if we're actually getting the correct endpoint though. API reference posts. The URL is HTTPS. This is the exact URL which I have. I have the authorization set up. So I'm trying this one last time. Doesn't work. We're changing to Tably. Just change this. Maybe there's some leading white space somewhere. No white space. It's method post. Just making sure. Yep, it's post. Authorization. Body is there. Everything else is probably just what's it, optional. Okay. This tool is gone. Bye bye Perplexity. I'm just gonna use Tably because it should be a lot easier to actually do. Generic credential type, we should have it from the last workflow. Tably right there, and it should be a post method. I'm not gonna mess that up now. And the endpoint is the API just looks the documentation is exactly the same as Perplexity, if you just haven't noticed. Literally just different color scheme. So don't let APIs scare you. If this happens, you know, you can just bounce between them and actually just like get what you really want and what you came for. So we're going to be using this search. It's a post. Yep, post. Paste that in there. Send body. And what is the body type? It's just an array of objects. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it again, and I'm just going to edit it. Utilize this tool to do research. We're going to use JSON, not the fields. Query is going to leave like that, empty. And search depth, yeah, we don't have to do any of this other stuff because everything else is default. And actually we need to get the AI expression to do this. This is the response or request endpoint expects fill in query with the information with the fill in the query field with your search request. Now let's test to see if it works. Let's just change the prompt up in here a bit. Just an researcher for blog posts. Okay, use the Tably tool to search the internet for information which will be value in creating an enriched blog post that is factual and based on current developments. Okay, let's test this workflow one last time. If it doesn't work, AI agent. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what's happening with the authorizations right now. We're going to be using AI agent then. Delete this. Say bye-bye to that one. AI. Oh, I didn't save the prompt. We can actually go back to a previous version, right? Please tell me I saved it so I can have the prompt. Okay, perfect. Because I did not want to. Grammarly, please move. Because I did not feel like writing that out again. So we're just gonna come here. We are going to add an AI agent. And we're going to define below system message. Paste that in there. And paste this in here. Change it to Tably. And it should be working now. Let's see. Connect the tool to it. Chat model, we'll use the same GPT model. GPT-4 mini, we'll just try it with mini at first. Doesn't hurt. Test workflow. Utilize this Tably tool to do research. Tably research tool. And let's see. Okay, guys, please work. What is happening here? Received tool input did not match expected schema. Let's ask this assistant what that even means. Because, yeah, keep in mind that I am very new to n8n, so put our Tably token in the header. Maybe that should change things. And just go to Tably. Copy this, draft, paste that in there. Then we want to empty this query. I wish we could just have, we can actually get AI to fill this. You do know how? Just remembered something. So we do this. And there's one from AI or something like that. Yes, exactly, from AI. Key, populate this field with parameter parsed from the large language model. Get the name of the person. Populate this with the parameter parsed. The key is the query. Then the description, the search query. And then lastly, what was the last thing? Oh, description. Don't know why it's changing. Does it have like a limit? Open this up. Default value. Does it have to be like a key populate? Oh, it has to be, no, okay, I get it. It has to be like in a string like this. The search query to get the relevant info. Type Does that work? Execute previous nodes for preview. I think this will actually break though. That's the problem. I don't know if it'll fill out. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna edit this, delete that. And actually let's just test it. Who is Leo Messi? Is Cristiano Ronaldo. Yeah, I'm just gonna see if this endpoint is even working. Okay. Test workflow. Okay, it's working. So we just now need to fill this out. In the expression, let AI fill this field. This is the response or request, which the end point. This is the format. This is the format of the request, which the endpoint expects. Fill in the query field. Just gonna delete that and have leave that empty. Okay. Okay, let's have a look up the internet now. It's definitely in what's happening here now. Okay. So it's definitely this description which I am passing in here. This is how to format this field. Let's see if that fixes it, the description. And if we delete that description which I created and just have it, leave it as is, test workflow, still breaking. And okay, if I probably remove that and have it, oh, because it's using from AI, it's using JSON. Okay, I see what's happening here now under the hood. So essentially it's expecting a search parameter, or because it's from AI, it's okay. What's happening here is that this part is expecting something from the input nodes, but the input nodes don't have a key labeled JSON. So that's why it's throwing the error, received tool input did not match expected schema. So we need to get the AI to fill this out, but not from AI. That's the issue. Let's see what's happening here. Authorization failed. Please check your credentials. So we're saying bearer auth. This is the second time this is happening. Generic credential type. Right, that's correct. We're doing bearer auth. Tavily. This is the Tavily tool. Tavily search. Let me just update the token, because maybe that is pulling some errors going on here. Copy this and go to n8n and paste it in right here and just click save. Just reading this description: unauthorized, missing, or invalid API key. So generic is there, bearer auth, Tavily, search query. Let's just say Cristiano Ronaldo. I'm just checking to see if this tool itself is working, and then we can figure out how we get the AI to fill out that field. Location headers right at the top there. So now it's about filling out this with AI. So I'm gonna read the documentation and I'll get back to you. Okay guys, I managed to finally find a way to get the agent to do what I was asking. It actually was faster than I anticipated, but we got there. So what you're gonna wanna do is have the query, and you're gonna be using the fields below instead of using raw JSON. And then we're gonna have the name as the query. This is basically the key, and then the value is we're gonna be filled out by AI. defined automatically by the model. And we just gave it a description saying the search query, and that's about it. And it came up with the result saying, based on the gathered information, let's have a read. Based on the gathered information, here's a structured overview of the key insights that could incorporate your blog post on the importance of memory for AI agents. Yeah, so it just gives us a nice brief snapshot. So now with this, we are going to create a outline for the blog, and this blog will have different sections, maybe like 5 sections to start with, and we're gonna piece those sections together piece by piece. And to do the research for us, we're gonna just create an outline for the blog post, and that will basically inform the script writing process. So for that, we are going to use, should we use another AI agent? Probably not. We can just use a simple OpenAI module. No problem there. And actually, no, let's actually use Claude. Claude will probably be better for creative writing. So we use a basic LLM chain, and we will change the model to Claude or Anthropic. And we will go for 3.5 haiku. Or 3.5. Yeah, that should be fine. Where's the new one? The new version. That should be fine. And then to actually like write out the content, we'll use Gemini, because it's just cheap and we don't want to be burning out tokens. Yeah, because this is not something we really want to do. Okay, so let's just get this prompt going, and we will say add prompt. Let's just change this to define below. I'm just gonna copy in the prompt which I created for the previous one on make.com, and we can just edit it together. So I'm just gonna grab the prompt right now. We need to have given it a role. Say you are an expert AI agency blog writer for SEO labs. That's like the website Gemini used to funnel into my agency. SEO labs, right? You're expert AI agency blog writer for SEO labs. Well known for crafting engaging. That's wrong. Let me just paste in this prompt. Gotcha. Well known for crafting. Okay. Well known. Let's just edit this. For crafting engaging, strategic, and SEO-optimized blog outlines, your task is to create a compelling outline that subtly promotes SEO labs as a trusted part in providing AI solutions. Right. Subtly promotes SEO labs as a trusted partner in providing AI solutions. That should be good. And then I'm just gonna paste together everything else from the prompt here, and we can walk and we can do this. You have to be insights from multiple sources, synthesizing them into a logically engaging structure, prioritize information based on value and search intent when you're done SEO objective sections, ensure each heading is distinct, article-ready, specific, and designed to immediately capture interest, no placeholders or generics, avoid numbering headings, create a detailed blog outline for the topic, and what we need to do here is basically pass in for the blog entitled, I just grab the title with a description, so we're gonna grab the title with a description like this, and just grab this. Let's move this up a bit. Create a detailed blog outline for the blog, for a blog entitled Why AI Needs Memory, Enhancing Performance with Context and History, with the description, yeah, like that. Using the following sources, so basically going to remove this because this was from the SERP gap analysis, which I'm not including now, because it's going to be very extraneous, or, not going to say extraneous, but quite relevant right now. I think this is just like a test that we're doing now to see the viability of this. So it's getting all this, right? Research findings, and we'll pass in this research right here. I'm going to grab the one from the AI agent that use Tably, and we'll ignore this, right? Instructions. It is crucial that you always incorporate research findings, 5 stories in the SERP. Okay, we're going to ignore this. To create an engaging outline. We can ignore that as well, because that's quite irrelevant. Organize sections based on inverted pyramid structure, start with the most technical and essential information, and then moving to supporting deeper background content. Don't include introduction. Concluding sections combine similar ideas. Just about this, we're going to be doing that later, where like the conclusion basically subtly promote what we do, so we don't want it to really affect the structure too much. Combine similar ideas when necessary to limit the outline to a maximum of 5 distinct sections, because I want this including like 20 sections in this running way. So yeah, specifics, tone, conversational, expert, and subtly promotional. Audience, we can change this to be important to us. Audience, business owners looking to implement AI solutions into their operations. Formatting, so we're going to just do the formatting. Heading, just make it like this. Heading, bullet points, listing key insights, facts, stats, examples to appear in that section. Mention important keywords for SEO if relevant. Not to use Markdown, HTML, or special formatting symbols. Output must be plain text only, clean and ready for publishing. And there's no citations right now. So unless this one returns, I want to see something. If this tab really returns citations, does it? Okay, what we could do is we can tell the agent to output its to make its output a. Wait, we can actually make it structured. Yeah, required specific output, and we can take its output into. Okay, what I'm thinking is to get the citations from the Tably research tool, we can structure its output and the prompt in the AI agent to extract the URL when it's referring to information. So it will have 2 outputs. It will have the research and then the citations. So we can just grab that and we can just do this. Auto fixing, no, we don't want to do that one. That is a bit complex for what we're doing here. We are just going to get return data defined in JSON format. Generate from JSON example. We'll have research and research findings go here, and then we'll have citations. We'll have it as an array. URLs go here, and we'll just delete these other ones. Okay, cool. So we've got research and then citations. I just need to edit this prompt right here in the notes section. We don't need to do too much. Let's just open this up. I have some notes. Return only the research and the citations and the URLs of the sources you got the information from. And let's just say, do not hallucinate the URLs, only use the URLs that you get back from the research. Cool. Yep, that's about it. And it should work, We'll test, we'll see. But let's get something like here and come back and edit this prompt. So yeah, okay, that's okay. And specifics, tone, conversational expert, and multiple business owners looking to implement AI solutions, such as add them into the operations formatting heading, bullet points listing key insights, facts, stats, or examples to be in the key sections. Mention important keywords for SEO if relevant. I'm probably gonna ignore that and not add that in the bottom. Don't use market on special formatting. Context, just gonna change this context. SEO Labs is run by 2 AI agency owners who are creating content to drive traffic to their site to get eyes on their offerings. Your blog outline should solve real business owner problems uncovered in the research. Outperform, okay, we can just ignore that. Sadly, position SEO Labs as the recommended partner or guide. Strict instructions, not begin with the outline of the keyword or title, not to generic headings like introduction, summary, or overview. Detailing must be original, unique, and reflect distinct value. Maintain logical progression suitable for a single blog post. If optional fields, okay, we can ignore this. And what else do we have here? We've got the keywords category. Utilize these keywords in throughout the outline. So grab these. Put that in. So let's have a look at this. You're an expert AI agency blog writer for SEO Labs, well known for crafting engaging, strategic, and SEO-optimized blog outlines. Your task is to create a compelling outline that sadly promotes SEO Labs as a trusted partner in providing AI solutions. Yep. Expertly weave together insights from multiple sources, synthesizing them into logical, engaging structure, prioritize information based on value and search intent, avoiding redundancy or bloated sections. Ensure each heading is distinct, article-ready, specific, and designed to immediately capture interest, no placeholders or generics. Avoid numbering headings. So that is basically the role and what it does. And now for the task, create a detailed blog outline for the following blog entitled "This is what evaluates to why AI agent needs memory, enhancing performance of context and history," with a description, explore the critical role of memory in building whatever. Instructions. It is crucial that you always incorporate research findings to create an engaging outline, and then we can just go on from there. So that is the prompt. And the prompt, do we include the research findings? We need to include the research findings in the following sources. Actually, we can ignore that, and we can just put that in here. Utilize the following research, and we can just grab this. Cool. That is, actually, no, what we need to do is just test to see what the output of this is now. So if we just run this, I want to see what output we get from the structured output parser. You want to see the distinct URLs and citations in different places. Okay, cool. Research. Let's see. The importance of memory in AI agents. Memory in AI agents, creating episodic and semantic memory allows for learning from past interactions, enhancing adaptability and contextual understanding. Tools like vector databases and embeddings support these memory types, expanding the capabilities of AI systems. And it's just going to use that in its output. Actually, something I want to add here in its tone, specifics, conversational, jargon free, making AI accessible to anyone. I want also the tone to be jargon free, making AI accessible to anyone, no matter their experience. That's something important that I want to just touch on. So now we've got the structured output, and now we just need to choose the research here rather than the whole output object. So I'm going to choose this and put that there. And then the citations we'll probably use later in the blog. You'll see where, because we just want to end with all the citations. So that's just going to be external links, which we're going to use. And that's just good for SEO, best practices. Yep. So now let's test. We're going to pin this, and we want to test the outline it gives us. So we name this blog outline rename, and we're going to run it. Test step. Okay, let's see the output. The importance of memory in AI agents. Memory in AI agents, including episodic. Okay, whatever. Let's read this output. Schema. The silent crisis of memory-less AI. Why 89% of business chatbots fail their users. Research showing 89% of customers abandon interaction with chatbots due to context loss. Real-world examples of a major retailer losing 2.3 million due to repetitive AI interactions. How memory-less AI creates friction points in customer experience. Memory transforms basic chatbots into intelligent business partners beyond simple Q&A. How memory enables complex problem solving. Case study. How SEO labs. Oh, that is not good because we don't want it to basically hallucinate content that didn't happen. Breakdown of semantic memory, facts knowledge versus episodic memory, visual explanations of how vector databases stored and retrieved contextual information from frustration to flow, the business impact of AI that remembers statistics. Okay, so it's a good starting point. We just need to edit some of these things here, and we need to just add some strict notes. Do not assume that do not state any claims that SEO labs have implemented any AI solutions. Do not state any claim that SEO labs have implemented any AI solutions and gotten X results. Actually, you know what? I should probably change something. SEO labs well enough for copying. Probably gonna remove this. It asks us to create a compelling outline that engages readers, and it asks us to create a compelling outline. Okay, I probably already said that in the beginning. I did say that. It asks us to create a compelling outline that is easy to understand and provides from start to finish. That's probably remove this because we can just say that at the end. We don't have to have it weaved into the context of the blog outline. So let's just see what happens now if we run it again and see what type of output we get. This was about, like, prompting is mainly seeing the output, changing it if something that you don't like, and then seeing the output again. It's an iterative process. The business edge, how memory transforms basic AI into intelligent business partners. Key building blocks behind the intelligent AI agents. Research shows with memory can process and learn from 85% more contextual information. Breakdown of essential memory types. Episodic, semantic, real-world example. How Amazon's AI remembers customers' preferences across multiple interactions. Vector databases and embedding technologies. By 6%. Okay, that's a lot better. All right, projections based on industry case studies. Yeah, no, that's good. That's a good blog outline. I'm going to pin this so we can use it. So, what we need to do with this blog outline now, actually something I want to do before I get the blog outline, is actually, no, I don't need to do that because I was thinking I might need to use a set variable to get the citations so we can use them later, but we can just always refer to this output later in the flow. So that is that. We've got the blog outline created. We've done the research. Now we need to take the blog outline and change it into a JSON object which we can iterate over, right? What we're going to do is we're going to take this outline and we're going to transform it into a JSON object. That'll basically allow us to iterate through the JSON object and essentially write the blog piece by piece rather than in one shot, in one go. And that'll basically, one, allow quality and not just nonsense, right? That just ensures that it's actually a really good blog. That allows us to generate images that is relevant to that specific part of the blog post. So that is what we're going to do. So I'm just going to grab this prompt from my make.com scenario and I'm going to put it here. And what we're going to do, let's see, data transformation. Oh, can we add like a structured output? Oh, what if we make this an AI agent and then use an output parser? Guys, I'm really thinking in make.com. I'm not thinking in n8n. If you make another AI agent, we can use a structured output parser and just go from there. So let's just do that. So basically it's going to copy this again. Or is that necessary? Information extractor, AI transformation, modify data based on instructions written in plain English. Let's code, adjust the instructions or copy. Generate code. Let's see. Generate the JavaScript for me because this is new. I've never used this before. So let's just see what happens. So outline is equal to input all const outline split by new lines. Okay. So we're just basically taking the full outline. we are getting the first element and then we're splitting it by the new line characters, and then I have no idea what this is doing. I'll filter the line if it doesn't equal trim what's left of the article current section. Let's actually just test to see what this does. I have no idea. If it works, miracle. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this does exactly what I needed to do. Oh my goodness, that is beautiful. Yo. Okay, so what's happening here is it's getting the output and it's chopping the sections literally as I said. Oh, but it's not getting the content. Section headings, maybe that's just that's maybe just an error in my part, because that maybe 1 2 3 4 5 6, yeah, that's okay. This is the title, this is not the actual like blog post content, so we just need to prompt it better. So we'll change that now, but let's just see. Key building blocks behind intelligent AI agents. Why traditional stateless AI falls short for business operations. Transforming customer experience with memory enabled AI. Building smart AI memory systems, a strategic approach. And future-proofing your AI investment with advanced memory capabilities. That's actually good. But now we just need to change. That's actually very good. That's actually exactly what I needed. I wonder how many tokens that costs, because I was doing this in makeit.com with a ChatGPT step that basically converts the whole article or the whole blog outline into something like this. So I'm wondering if it's a lot cheaper. It's probably because it's code. This is code, so it's probably not even like using tokens. The tokens was used once to generate this code, and the code works. Guys, n8n is a joke. It's a joke. Okay, so let's just change something in the settings here, or the prompt. Do not return a heading / title for the blog, only return the headings and their content. Okay, cool. So we can get this AI summary, and now what we need to do is loop through it. Right? Loop. Because we get one item split in batches. Let's see. I'm thinking, because usually what I did in Make was I used an iterator, but you wouldn't have to do that in iterator here in n8n, because usually what happens, like when you get many items like this, in the 10 items, it just runs through and it runs it for each item, so you don't even have to use an iterator. It does it naturally. So I'm just wondering how I would do that in n8n. So we get an item, which is an array, which has an object, one object. Okay, no, that's the wrong thing I'm looking at. So we've got one object with an article. We want to index this article, not the actual thing. So I think we might have to use a loop. Or let's see, flow. Loop over items, split out into batches, merge, execute subflow, stop and error, switch, wait. It's probably loop. I'll assume so. Properties. Okay. So we're just going to delete this, and we are going to build out this blog section by section. Action in app. No, we don't want that. So what we need to do is, we're going to use another LLM step here. So we get an AI. We're going to go basic LLM chain, and we are going to LLM chain, and we're going to be using Gemini because I don't feel like paying all the token usage for like Anthropic or OpenAI. So we're going to use Gemini because it's cheap. I just want to compare something quickly. So if we go to Open Router, you can look at the comparisons of AI models. This is just something that you can use. So we are looking for not all categories: roleplay, programming, marketing, SEO, technology, science, translation, legal, finance, health, trivia, academia. So just in general, you get like all the models and you can see what they're good at. So like a roleplay, I don't know what roleplay refers to. Show another sum of prompt and completion tokens per model normalized using the GPT-4 tokenizer, updated every 10 minutes. So you can see Gemini 2.0 Flash is there versus like programming. You'll see for mini, marketing, Gemini 2.0 Flash, marketing SEO, Gemini 2.5 Flash, technology. You can see different topics and what they're best at. So we saw, I'm just going to go with role play. Gemini 2.0 Flash is best here. So we'll be using Gemini for the blog content, and we'll see how it does. If it's giving us nonsense, then we'll cut it. If not, we're good. So we're going to go for Gemini and 2.0 Flash, it said, yeah. 2.0 Flash, where is it? There we go. And that will be the model. And I want to see what defined below. So if we get some input data, I'm just going to spin this, execute previous notes. I want to see what data we get, if it gives us a specific blog post content or section, or them, if it gives us them all. It's giving us the full list. It gives us article 1, article 2, article 3, article 4, article 5. I'm thinking, do we have to loop over it, or can we just use an AI agent? Because you don't have that option to make, or the AI agents, it's very complicated to make. So instead of looping through it, we get the AI agent. So yeah, I only gave it one item. I want to look at the specific array in the item. So what I need to do is use a set node. Access array. And okay, back to what I was thinking. We could use an AI agent and it gets fed all of the articles, writes the content for the article, and then moves on to the next one. Could do that section by section. Then it can create the image for it, go on to the next section, create the image for it, go on to the next section, create the image for it. I'm thinking. Or we can have a sub agent who's the researcher or the actual writer, and then the main agent basically aggregates or sends what it needs to write, gets it back, sends what it needs to write and what might need to be changed, whatnot, gets it back. There's so many options. So many options. What do we do? Okay, let's try the AI agent of AI agents. So we're gonna get an AI agent, and it's gonna speak to other AI agents. And we can even make this a good model, and then the cheaper, then the sub agent can be like a cheap model. That's probably a good file. Yes. Now we're thinking. Call n8n workflow. Call this tool to get a random color. Okay, just to think out in person. We have this AI agent be like the coordinator. So it's going to have a sub agent that does the actual copywriting, and another tool which you can use to generate an image for that section, right? And it's going to get the section, get one section, get an image. Then it's going to ask the sub agent to write the section. It's going to get an image for that, and it's going to have the full thing at the end, right? And then finally, it's going to output that. Then afterwards, we can just basically change that into HTML, and from that we can just go to WordPress. That could be the same thing. Like, it could be viable. Other options could be we loop through the array, or we loop through this output and we write it section by section, generating an image and adding that to it. Actually, I think let's do the AI agent of AI agents. So we're going to call another workflow. Yes, and this one will have context, basically, of what the... Okay. Call this tool to write the blog post section. No, this one will actually be like the quality assurance manager. So if it's quite a poor blog post, like it mentions something that it sounds very similar to the previous section, it will basically send it back and be like, rewrite this. We're thinking now. call this tool to write the call this tool to write the blog post section. Source, load the workflow from a database by ID. Okay, let's just go and make that workflow quickly. I've never done this before, but we'll learn together. Trying to create workflow. I'm gonna say copywriting team 3, executed by another workflow. Define field below. Input field via UI. Define JSON. Accept all fields. Or we just accept all fields. No worries. And then what we're gonna have here is an AI agent. And it is going to get the input. And we want a system message. And then we're gonna paste in basically the prompt which I have from the previous module, or make.com, I mean. So I'm gonna paste this in here and we can edit it together. Grammarly, please. Thank you. Okay, I'm just gonna paste in the prompt from my make.com scenario, and we can just edit it together. So here's the prompt from my previous make.com scenario for my clients, but we're gonna change a few things here. So obviously when I'm writing a travel blog, I'm gonna say your world-class blog ghostwriter produces highly engaging, informative, and explicit content for SEO content labs. You are writing on behalf of Opai-Tetteh and Duracell and Inge upon in this whole endeavor. You will be provided with an article topic, a specific section title, an outline for that section, the content of the previous section of the article. Probably not going to be giving this because the main agent is going to be saying, okay, just create it, and if it's overlapping or anything, that's going to send it back, and with a bit more of instructions. Formatting instructions. Begin your section with a single H2 tag using the provided section title. Only one H2 heading should be included in response. Use H2 tags for any subheadings as needed. If list items are necessary, introduce the list with a complete sentence. Only use list items under one H2 subheading maximum. That's just to ensure that our blog posts are correctly structured. Content requirements. If a specific figure, fact, statistic, or study is mentioned, don't include any introductions or conclusions. Is mentioned to use it. Do not include any introduction or conclusion sections. End writing actually after delivering the main content. Do not add a sources section at the end. Writing style, write in the third person. In the third person. Do not invent or imply personal experience or actions. Avoid claims like we've implemented this, because I don't want to saying stuff that is not actually like happened, didn't actually happen. Write in the third person. Do not invent or imply personal experiences or actions. I said that. Maintains conversational and informed tone whilst avoiding jargon that alienates the reader. Use contractions naturally. Keep sentences short, punchy, written in active voice. Avoid starting consecutive sentences or paragraphs with the same word. Don't open with a welcome or question. Balance technical explanation with practical advice. Integrate subtle promotion of SEO content labs where relevant, but avoid hard selling. Write with confidence and authority. No hedging or fluff. Avoid repeating phrases like we've seen or we are seeing or any variation of that. Keep your content fresh, not repetitive, and engaging. And then we'll just basically, we can ignore this keyword utilization because we'll tell the agent to actually, we should actually leave it here. Include a maximum of one instance. Include a maximum of one instance of a semantically relevant keyword for. Okay, what should you do? Because it's going to give us a keyword. Utilize the provided keywords without stuffing them, and do so naturally. Context: SEO Content Labs is a blog about AI automations, developments, and general AI news. The blog site is aimed to inform business owners about AI and its use cases, right? And whilst also subtly promoting SEO Content Labs as their trusted AI partner. Additional instructions: do not use Markdown or code blocks in your output. Plain text only in the section of the summary and conclusion. Make sure your sentence lengths vary and are not overly long. So that is the prompt. Exclude previous notice schema. Because I want to actually put in, okay, it's going to use this prompt message. Follow the instructions from the prompt message. I'm just going to say that. An article topic, a specific section title, an outline for that section, key words to utilize, and instructions on writing. Because we're basically going to say to the main agent, either tell it to rewrite this section, it's going to provide the previous section it rewrote. We're going to say, you added some repetitive stuff in here, you need you to change this. It's almost like going back and forth, so we need to add this instructions part just so we can interpret that and basically write. So the name is Ghost Writer. Rename. Okay, cool. Chat model, we're going to use Gemini, like we said. 2.0 Flash. Right there. And it doesn't need memory. It just basically needs to send a response back. Now, how do we do that? No, we actually want to get basically the reverse of this. Execute a sub workflow. when executed by another workflow. We don't want to execute another sub-worker. We want to send back the information, which is here, to that workflow. We'll do that automatically. Respond to webhook, wait, n8n form, n8n. Generate security audit, create a credential. Okay, that is not what we want. Transfer files via FTP or SFTP. Let's just try to see if it works by itself. A chat model, that's connected though. Okay, we're gonna save this. I think it should be fine. And we can head over back to the main workflow, draft creation. So it's gonna call a sub workflow, and we're gonna choose from the list. Can we refresh? Copywriter. The sub workflow is set up to receive all input data without specific inputs. The agent will not be able to pass data to this tool. You can define specific inputs. Wait. The agent will not be able to pass data to this tool. You can define specific inputs in the sub workflows trigger. Okay. Well, we need to go back to the sub workflow and edit that then, because we need to pass data into it. Just gonna click save first. Where's this copywriter? And we want to change this. Define using fields below, add field instructions. We're going to add keywords. Previous section. So we're giving it its instructions, the keywords, then the previous section. What else did we mention in this prompt here? So an article topic, specified section title, article topic, okay, article topic, section title, and outline for that section, okay. Add field, section title, and article topic, and we also need to pass in, what was it, the section content. Section content, okay, cool. Save that, and hopefully that works now. Allow us to pass in information. Go to the draft creation and go to this AI agent. Okay, that's not what we want. Come here. Oh, instructions. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get the AI to fill out all of this. Oh, that is so cool. So make the instructions, keywords, previous section, section title, article topic, section content. Wow, perfect. And we are going to use, let's use a good model, because we can. We'll use Anthropic here. We'll use Anthropic 4. I need to actually test this out. The video's out, gonna be out for Anthropic or Anthropic Claude 4 very soon. But we'll just use 3.5 Haiku now, because it probably is quite expensive. That's the issue. Okay, so now we need to make this prompt. So yeah, it is day 4 of recording. I can't even tell you. But anyway, I've gone away and made the prompt for the AI agent, and we still need to even test to see if what we are wanting to do is comprehensible or understandable by the AI agent. But here's the prompt that we're going to start the testing with. So we just give it a role. You're an editorial lead AI agent. Your job is to manage the full creation of a blog article by working section by section with a copywriter, sub-agent. You ensure the blog's tone, structure, coherence, and originality are maintained across all parts. You have final approval over each section and will only proceed when satisfied with its quality. So we just basically explain its workflow, basically how it's going to go about the process of sending the section article or the section parts to the sub-agent and reviewing its response. And that process, that's what we're doing here. So we say take the given article outline with the section headings and content as well as the keywords to utilize, manage the copywriter sub-agent, send the blog outline section by section to the copywriter sub-agent, receive and review the drafted section. And then you say, evaluate the section draft, check for originality, engagement, tone, consistency, and keyword inclusion, ensure there's no repetition with previous sections, ensure it aligns with the section's purpose and instructions. Then we say, approval or revision. If acceptable, approve the section. If not acceptable, send back feedback to the copyright sub-agent for revision until it meets all criteria. So we say repeat until complete, and we say repeat steps 2 to 5 for each blog section. Once all sections are approved, compile the full blog article. And we give it some goals. And now let's see if what we want to do. So we actually need to change this first prompt here, and we need to reference some of these variables on the left here. So we're gonna say article outline. So when I provide the article outline, this should evaluate, I'm hoping. Okay, it doesn't evaluate, that's an issue. So because I was hoping that we could, let's see if we can do this. Article outline, we need to place that there. Let's see what we can do. So what I wanted to do is basically just pass like the full outline of the sections, but it seems like this is giving me an array of sections, which could be an issue. Okay, let's see if we can just bypass this we can actually ignore this AI transform one or this AI transform node and just put in the blog outline straight, and we'll see how that goes. Okay, just remove that. And if it doesn't do it as well, we can just always loop through it, but I just wanted to avoid that because we want to have the AI agent be able to basically oversee the whole process of the draft generation. So that's the article outline, and then we're gonna give it also the information that we got from the Google Sheet. So we're gonna provide the keywords, and we're gonna provide them there. Anything else? No, we don't really need this because this was included in the blog outline. Also, the titles included in the blog outline. The idea of these are included in the blog outline, so there's no need to give it more context. So yeah, let's just label this editor. Okay, let's see if this will work firstly. And yeah, let's see. So we're going to test this workflow. I'm going to go ahead and make the blog outline, which we're going to use for the editor. And let's see if we're going to get actual like tool usage here. And if we get response, okay, we got an error. So now let's see something. Workflow does not exist. Okay, so let's just change something here. Ghostwriter, well, that's probably why. Instructions, let's just also put in some descriptions here. Instructions / feedback to give the copywriter a sub-agent. Actually, the keywords, we should always just put in the keywords, right? That should actually make a lot of sense. Just grab these keywords. Where are they? Over here. Those are the keywords it should use. Previous section, AI agent. The previous section written. The previous section of the blog. Previous section of the blog that was written. This provides the sub-agent with a bit of context. Sub-agent with context of the previous section so that it doesn't repeat info. Section title. You actually don't even need to add the section title. Actually, we can. The section's title. Article topic. Where is the article topic? Section content. So for the article topic, we could actually just make it a fixed expression and put in, yeah, we can just put in the title. That's the topic of the article, no problem. And then section content. Okay, yeah. We should just say the content that needs to be written for the given section title. That should be good. Let's see if this works. Okay. I'm just gonna pin this data. Hopefully it works because we don't want to go through that again. And let's just test this agent out to see if it does what we need it to do. Okay, it's running. Will it call the sub workflow correctly? That is the question. Okay, there's an error again. Let's see what the error is this time. Let it finish. No prompt specifies. Expected to find the prompt in input field called chat input. This is what the chat trigger node to use something else. Change the prompt parameter. Oh, maybe it's getting like the... I'm trying to see this article blog. Okay, we've got the prompt message here. What happened here? User aborted request. You proceed with the second section, building on the foundation we've established. Section title, breaking free from. Because I think it's actually the sub agent which is messing up here. So let us save this and head over to the sub agent. Define input fields via UI. Define using JSON example. Maybe we should just use this stuff. And because when I say this stuff, I mean the previous actual things. Because I was thinking if we connected to chat trigger nodes, it would need like a input from the user, like a bit of a chatbot. But that's not what you want. It's triggered by another agent. So maybe we just have to define it below. That's what I'm thinking. So we'll go instructions. Instructions. Then we'll go section title. Have that right there. And we'll do the rest for the other variables that we need here. So we'll have section content. Where is it? Yeah, section content on the side there. What else do we need? Probably should put this article topic at the top. Article topic. Okay. And we've got section, we've got article, we've got section title, and we'll have the previous section last. The way I'm structuring the prompt is because usually like the most important things that you want the model to utilize will be placed first, and then the things that are in the middle usually get to be lost like in context by the AI agent when it's trying to understand what you're asking it. And the last section will just be the previous section. Previous section. Okay, cool. And let us save this and head back over to the main one, and hopefully this works now. So let's test it out and have a look. Of course we'll have a look. Okay, using the item method doesn't fit with the pinned data. Okay, let's try this again. Using the item method doesn't work with pinned data in this scenario. Please unpin filter. Oh, this is what's happening. Unpin node filter. Okay, you know what we're gonna do is we're just gonna copy the filter one for now, or copy the title from the filter for now, so we don't have to deal with that issue. And we can test it out again to see what's going on. Article topic like that. Okay. Now let's try again. Have a look. Guys, literally this is my first time even like thinking about using sub agents and using a main agent. We'll see how the quality looks like. And then depending on that, we're gonna get the AI assistant to generate an image for the section. I just wanted to first see if the writing part works. And then if the writing part works, we can easily generate images based on the section. So yeah, guys, these AI agents are actually quite cool. So let's see. Just let it finish right here. There's 5 sections, so it's almost done. Okay, so I don't know why this is okay, that's why it's highlighted like that, but it came out. Let's see what the output was. Perfect. We have now compiled all 5 sections of the blog article. The content flows well, maintains consistency in tone and quality throughout, and effectively covers the topic of AI agent memory from multiple angles. Each section builds upon the previous ones while adding unique value. That's what I want. I just wanted to put together the whole content. Okay, let's see if we can do something with that tool. Not a tool. We want output parser. So it requires specific format. We'll add the output parser. Okay, well, let's actually go to the prompt first. Let's add some notes real quick. Notes. Return only the full blog article, not commentary or anything like that. Return only the full blog article, not commentary or anything like that. What else might we have to say? Okay, cool. That should work now. I'll add an output parser just in case. Maybe that's something we should do. Structured data. Okay, let's see. You can ignore that and just try run it again. So this is going to take like a couple of minutes. Let's see if it gives us exactly what we want though. Because I'm thinking, is it remembering everything that it's getting back from the sub workflow? And is it losing that context? That's what I'm trying to think. So I might need to add some memory here. Maybe that's overkill. We'll have to see. Maybe it's just we need some prompt engineering. Because I'm thinking once it gets like the output from the copywriter, it puts in the memory as a section, and then it can, once it's finally done all of that, it can grab from the memory and easily output the full article. But let's see. Complete blog post organized with all sections properly structured and flowing together. The content maintained consistently, avoids repetition, and efficiently incorporates the words AI agent memory and AI agent frameworks throughout. That is a problem, because it's not actually giving us the output of the full blog. It's just giving us like some commentary. Let's just see the logs here. Input. Write an engaging introduction that highlights the problems of AI memory limitations. Use the statistics provided to create urgency. Maintain a professional but accessible tone. Include the keyword AI agent memory naturally. Previous section is null, which is good. Just does that intuitively. Section title: the silent epidemic costing businesses why AI agents keep starting from scratch. 73% report the AI solution struggle with context retention. Okay, let's see. The silent epidemic in costing businesses why AI agents keep starting from scratch. Okay, fine. Now what does it do? Let's continue with the second section. Okay, break down the memory types, conversational history versus long-term knowledge. And then it gets the next output, which is fine. So the sub agent is doing its job pretty well. Let's see the final model. Okay. So what do we have here? What do we have? I'm thinking, what's happening to all the outputs that we're getting? So let's see how many sections we have. We should have like 5 sections here. So we're looking at the outputs, right? So you've got tool, you're looking for the tool, and then you're seeing this output. That's like counts as one. So let's count. We've got one section there. We've got one section there. Ignoring this. Is this a tool? Output. Okay, so it does keep in mind everything that's happening, like from what the sub agent is getting. So we basically say, once all the blog sections have been written, compile all the tool outputs into a single response. So probably change that in the notes and let's see if that works. Once all log sections have been written, your output should be all the tool responses. Once all blog sections have been written, your output should be all the tool responses compiled together, i.e. only the full blog outline. Once all blog sections have been written, your output should be all the tool responses compiled together, only the full blog outline, i.e. only the full blog outline. Let's see if that works a bit more or a bit better. If not, we'll have to find a workaround for this. I've now managed the creation of all sections of the blog post, ensuring consistent tone, proper keyword research, and logical flow that compile to maintain a professional business tone while engaging. I'm trying to. How do I? Okay, let's see. So you've got all of these. This is what we want ultimately. You just want the outputs. We don't want what the agent has to say or do. We just want the outputs. That's it. So how can we get the outputs from there? So if we go AI templates, other AI nodes. Nope, that's not what we need. Data transformation, probably not. Cool, question mark. Execute sub workflow. No, we want to actually receive the sub workflow response. So I'm thinking maybe you could use that to go to the workflow of the copywriter, but that's just overkill. So we're using that tool, output parser. Let's see, auto fixing output parser. That could be a good bet. Let's see if we can do something else though. The output parser, because we can just prompt it to say only give us back the full blog outline. I'm not sure how that would work though. Structured output parser, it's just gonna take in what was given, so that also won't work. We might. Okay, let us see. Key, we can just say section title. Oh no, but this is gonna expect the key to store session ID in the memory. Let's say 5, because we'll have 5 sections. Let's see. I can probably prompt it a bit more, saying store each section. Once you're happy with the section, store it in the memory. We'll see if that works. If acceptable, approve the section and store it in the memory. If not acceptable, send feedback to copywriter agent for revision until it meets all criteria. Repeat until complete. Repeat steps 2 to 5 for each blog section. Once all sections are approved, compile the full blog outline from the memory and return only, and shout it maybe, only the full blog. We're gonna basically just save this and see if that works maybe. Let's try one more time. Let's hope. Okay, got some memory, but I don't know if that's gonna be the correct memory. Or they can even like store memory like that. Yeah, that's how memory in n8n works. Probably not, yeah, because look what's happening. We've got 2 responses but only 1 item in the memory. So that is not what is happening. Okay, see the output. Probably need a bit finer tuning of the prompt. Hopefully it'll just be like a prompt engineering thing, and not something that's impossible. If it is impossible, we can just rewrite the section using a loop, because remember this gives us an array. So we can loop through that array and just basically return the agent, or instead of having a sub agent, we can just have an agent that just does the writing and just have it like that. The memory did not work, so that is very useless. Delete that. Editor, logs. So the final thing, it has all the access to this information, but it chooses to output this, right? JSON. Yeah, it chooses to output this, but its input has all of this information, like literally all of this information. So why can we not access this information, or how do we prompt it? Okay, let me try and see if I can fix this prompt, and then once I find the prompt fix, I'll probably pick up from there. Okay, I managed to get it to work just from prompt engineering. So if you're struggling with like some things, like your AI agent's not wanting to do, don't just always default to like adding more tools, doing extra things. Just like first try on the prompt engineering. As you can see here, it's giving me this nonsense text at the start, but that's not even that bad. So basically it gives us the full blog outline, saying why AI agents keep starting from scratch. Business owners are racing to implement AI, yet the practical critical flaw lurks beneath the surface. AI agent memory. It is more than a mere technical glitch. Lack of adequate memory in AI agents leads to tangible losses in productivity, customer satisfaction, ultimately revenue. It's going in section by section, edits them, SEO relevance. Wow, just in one step. And make, you know how long this took me to do, and in it just did it in one step. Okay, yeah. So that's enough about me. Bringing up n8n, let me show you the prompt and what I fixed. So I just added this extra part, say final output requirement. Once all sections are approved, your final output should be the fully compiled blog post containing all section titles and contents in correct order, clean formatted markdown HTML output. Actually, just probably remove that. HTML output. I'm still gonna make sure that it's correct HTML. A single continuous article ready for publication, and then we just got some goals, and then just added this important note at the end: do not return the blog is completed or similar text as your final message. You must output the full blog content after the last section is finalized. And I'm probably gonna add, say, just no commentary whatsoever. Just the final instruction saying no commentary whatsoever. Return only the full blog post. Okay, so that is that working. Now we need to add another tool that will allow us to generate images of the blog and input them into the sections. So now if we probably go to, can we add another, because I'm thinking, because either we can use another ChatGPT image generation model, but I don't think you can do that. So we'll probably have to add a tool like an HTTP that connects to the OpenAI image generation endpoint. That's not even a big deal. So we just head over to platform OpenAI. We can grab the endpoint that we need. We can just go to API reference here. Head over to images and just grab this final or this endpoint, I mean, and head over to n8n, and we're gonna say post this time because it was sending out information. Paste the URL in here, the endpoint to use to generate images. The endpoint to use to generate images for each section. So we're gonna get the images. Actually, let's see what the response is from this endpoint, because if it's in encoded 64 data format, that will be an issue, because what can the AI agent do with that information? Not really much. So we would need it to return a link, and if it can return a link, it can use tags in its final output and just input that in between the sections. So let us see the API reference and just see what we get as a response. So URLs are only valid for 60 minutes after the image has been generated. The parameter isn't supported for GPT image 1, which always returns base 64 encoded images. There we go. So we have to so since that is a problem, what we would need to do is we can't do this essentially. So once we get the full output, how do we get image sections, right? I'm thinking we could break it down again. Actually, let's just delete this. We don't need this anymore because we put in the previous things, so we can just delete that. And so I'm thinking we can break it down section by section again, and then get an image generation prompt for all of that, and then join them at the end. I think that could work. So what we should do is let's just pin this so we don't get rid of that data. So we can use an AI step again. Where's that one? I don't know where we got it from. I press tab, AI transform. I don't even know where that node is and where it went to. Anyway, okay, so we want to article section heading. So what we want to do is just basically split this up into its sections, and obviously going to loop through those sections with your outputs. So let's just see some instructions here. You are expert in converting blogs into structured JSON lists of sections. Split the content into sections based on the headings and their content. Output the JSON following exactly this format. You have the article, which is, we want an array, section heading, probably like this, and content. Headings will be without dashes, and the content that interpretation of input. Headings will be okay. We don't even need to add this now. And let's see if it gives us the code that we want. Generate code. AI code generation is not enabled. Test step. Generate code. AI code generation is not enabled. Maybe that's because I started this off in the the online hosting or the cloud hosting, and I don't think this this module is actually working now. So we'll probably have to go to ChatGPT and create the same type of prompt. So we're gonna do what we're gonna do. We're gonna create a code block, right? And we're just gonna delete this. And now we're just gonna go to ChatGPT and ask us to create the code for it. That splits the block into an array of JSON objects with the keys, section, title, and key section. Because I'm thinking later down the line it'll just be a lot easier if we can just grab the section and then with the heading on top, with the H2 tags and everything, and just add the link with the tags to the image, and compile that all later down the line. So the section, that should be fine. Create a key section. Here is the it doesn't have one thing for one key. It doesn't have an array of sections. Yeah, sorry, section array. So we're going to do an array of sections. Each element in the array should include the section heading and its content, right? And here is an example of the blog input receive. Actually, can we do this in n8n? I'm thinking. No, we can't, because this is the self-hosting version. I miss cloud hosting, but it's so much cheaper. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to miss out on AI coding tools like that. It's not the biggest deal. Yeah, so we're gonna have to use ChatGPT. No problem. Here's an example of the blog input that it will receive, and just say, I can say I'm using n8n at the beginning, and head back to what's this thing? n8n. Grab this. Head back to chat. Wait, hold on. Did you see that thing? Data overload. Did this actually give us the output we needed? That could be an issue if we're hitting limits. Yeah, like tool usage limits. So let's just see the final thing. It reduced false positives by 35%, increased the detection of actual fraud case by 28%, common interpretation, pitfalls and solutions. Implement AI agent memory isn't always smooth sailing. Many businesses encounter common pitfalls that can hinder success. Here are the few along with practical solutions. Data overload. Okay, you know what happened? We hit the token limit. Yeah. So what we're gonna have to do is the AI agent's gonna have to go, unfortunately, because we need to build out section by section, and doing that will be a lot of tokens, and I don't think this AI agent will be able to do that. So I'm not going to delete it. I'm just going to keep that prompt, right? And I'm going to move this to the side. So we do need this AI transform step, unfortunately. Let's see if it's still the same one. Okay, yeah, it still works. We can just delete that. Disconnect this, and we're gonna run it, and it should just go through the items in this article, right? And then we basically need to, okay, you know what would actually make this a lot easier? So we get the writing to be done, the editor, I'm just ignore the editor. It was a nice idea when it's like a single AI agent working over this, but we can ignore the editor and just have it write this section, and we just should edit it ourselves later down the line if it's not good. So we'll have this single AI agent. We're gonna come here, just a single prompt. No, actually we need a message chain because we're gonna be using Claude 0.5. Should we use like Gemini or something like that? Because we're writing a lot here, and it will be quite expensive later down the line. So I'm just gonna use Gemini. I'm not using Claude. We'll use 2.5 Flash or something like that. Gemini. We'll use 2.5 Flash. 0417 like that. Yep. And then I'm thinking of just grabbing the prompt from the sub workflow and changing that up a bit, and we can just put that here. And then after we get that, we can just generate the images easily, because we'll have the section and the content, and it'll be simple. We can just get a prompt and just get the image, and then finally we can grab the content, the image, and just create that into HTML. It'll be probably a better process, and then the done will be like literally publishing to WordPress, taking 2 seconds. Okay, so next we need to actually just prompt this. Let's rename this Ghostwriter. Rename, define below. Let's just execute previous nodes. So it went over the full thing. It didn't go over like the specific article section, because I executed the previous node. It gave me 1 item. Let's just test something. Hello. I'm just gonna say hello and see how many times it runs this hello. Okay, let us test this workflow. Okay, yeah, it does it only once. So the loop over items needs to go through each one of these, right? So how do we make it do that? What if we use like a set step? And do an array sections. Grab this maybe, and let's see if that works. Let's test this workflow again. Still going over the items once. So I'm thinking, how do I get access to the values that are in the array and have it loop through it one by one? Edit fields. So we have the sections. What if we just have it as a object? Would that work? Probably not. It just gives us the first one, not the specific array, or the specific element in the array. Okay, so I just had to go and get ChatGPT to write me a bit of a code function here. So the original AI function that was used here was giving me an array of an array. So that wasn't allowing me to actually like access the values in the array. So what we did here is basically just return the article plainly like this, without like having it be nested in here. So this just gives us the complete sections exactly like we need, and we can loop through these correctly, because once you loop through them, when you come here, you can see that loop of items gives us the section headings and the content. So we can put this in here specifically. When we come here, we can just do this. Yeah, that's exactly what we need to do. So let's grab the prompt from the draft writer, and we can edit this and make it write the content. So just click save before we leave. Head over to blog generation. Go to ghostwriter and just come in here and copy this prompt. Hit back. And go to ghostwriter and paste in the system prompt down here. Just make this bigger. And we can actually make an expression because we just want to see this whole thing. So your world-class blog ghostwriter produces highly engaging, informative, and expertly crafted content for SEO content labs. Your spelling. You are writing on behalf of Opai-Tetteh and Inge, my partner. You'll be provided with an article topic, a specific section title, an outline for that section, keywords to utilize, and instructions on writing. Okay, there's no need for this last part because there's no like copywriting actual like superior agent, because that was for the sub agent. Formatting instructions: begin your section with a single H2 tag using the provided section title. Only one H2 tag should be included in your response. It's the same prompt from last time. We just need to make sure that we are including some specific things. Yeah, it seems alright. So we're gonna have that there, and now what we need to do is basically just run this and pin it so we don't have to run it again. Test this step. Just pin this and paste in this stuff here. So we're gonna say article topic. I'm just gonna come back here and have the title, and then we're gonna have, what is it, the next part that we want? We want the article. We want the section part. I want keywords. Actually, let's go for keywords. Keywords to utilize. I'm gonna paste them in here, and then section title, or section heading rather. And then we want section content to write on. Paste the content there. Okay, so now let's test to see what the output. Okay, this is exactly what we need, right? And then from that, we are going to get another AI step to create a prompt for that section, and then we're going to create an image for that section, and then once we have all of that, we can put it all into HTML format. So we're going to get an AI step. You can just use another Gemini step. It's not going to have to be like that bad. Basic LLM chain, and we are going to have defined below section. Grab this, and we're just going to create a prompt. Add a prompt. System user. Oh no, probably system message would be good. Hashtag role. Just make this. Can I enter, please? You are a blog image prompt. You are an expert prompt image. Prompts image in video. Specializes in creating image prompts for specific blog sections. Image prompt image in video. For specific blog sections. The prompts which you make, the prompts which you in here produce engaging and else and relevant images. Okay, so create an image prompt for the given section. Create a prompt for the given section that will create an image that is relevant and that's easy. Probably easy to break it. That's easy. Return context. You are and basically who's your images will be included in a blog post by SEO Labs on the following SEO Labs. The image will appear in the blog with the following topic. And then we can paste in, make it an expression, and we can paste in, where is it? The title here. Paste in the title. Why your AI agent needs memory enhancing performance with context and history. So that should be good. And let's just add a quick note. Return only the image prompt with no other commentary. Let's see. Create an image prompt for the given section. Okay, that should be fine. Let's test it. Let's just pin this quickly. Test this. Oh, I need to actually add a sub node. Let's just go for Gemini. And just go 2.5 flash. Not thinking, we don't need it to be thinking. Yeah, and let us run that to see. A detailed illustration of an AI avatar's head composed of luminous data nodes interacting with a glowing digital screen displaying a chat interface. The data nodes forming the avatar's head are visibly dissolving. Okay, that should be fine. And then let's just pin that. And then what we need to do is add another AI step, but this time it's going to be the actual image generation. So we are going to generate an image, and the prompt, of course we want image GPT image 1, and the prompt will be this, and we need to run this and see what we get. Let's remove these, run this and see what we get. Test step. It will take a bit of a minute right now. So yep, it just finished right now, and we can view it. That's actually quite good. It's very good. So what we need to do, actually let's add some options here. I want to make sure that it is like landscape, so you can just go resolution, and we can go 1536 by 1084. I hope that's landscape. 1920 by 1080p. That is okay. Yeah, that will be landscape. And now what we need to do is, it gives us data, right? So if we need to download that data somehow and get a link for it. So let's see what nodes we have here. So you've got edit fields, merge, summarize, compression, convert to file. So what we want to do is probably not do any of that. We want to get a link for the base64. We need to download the data somehow, get a link for it. You might have to use Google Drive here. So we go Google Drive, and we want to upload a file. The file, input data, file name. We can just create some random file name. I'm just trying to see other options which we have, because it has to be a public link. Because if it's a public link, it'll actually render in WordPress. If not, it won't render. And we just need to make sure that actually works. So we upload, update. Oh, what about share? Okay, so what we need to do is we'll have to update and then share, and then make that or upload and then share. Yeah, probably that's best. Uploading the image and getting a link for it is to use this API called IMGBB that allows you to just upload it and get a link for it. So we're gonna head over to that website. Here is the link. It's API.imgbb, and here's your API key that you'll use over here, and here is the endpoint that we're going to be using. That's probably going to be post. Head back to n8n, method post, put the endpoint right here, and let's just see what else we're gonna need from it. So example call, we need to add expiration. We don't need to add a name. We need to have just the image and the key. So we're gonna have key equals your client API key, and we're just gonna grab this, head over to n8n, and add that like that, slash upload key, just make sure everything's right. So actually we're gonna remove that. We'll just have it the endpoint be upload. So we just need to remove this key part because that will just actually mess things up. We're gonna have body. We're not gonna have any authentication. We'll put that in the body. We'll have the key over here, and we're gonna paste this API key that you're gonna get from right here. Just copy it. Head back to n8n. Paste that key right there. I'm gonna add another parameter, and it's actually gonna be the image. And actually we need to change something from the body content. We need to make it form data, and yeah, that's just gonna remove everything, so we need to redo that again. So we'll have key, and the key will be the API key which you got, and then we add another parameter, and it'll be image this time, and it'll be the value from the previous step. Like this. View. How do we get the data from the previous step? JSON, maybe? Because yeah, that's what I'm trying to get back. So if we say add option, output is just going to be this data in binary, JSON, table, schema. Okay, let's just try run this again. So if we try run this with image URL, let's see what it gives us this time. I'm just going to run this one more time, test step. Okay, it's finally done. It does take a bit of a minute to get going, but this is exactly what we needed. We need the actual data that we can reference in the next node. So you want to ensure that this option here, respond with image URL, is ticked on. So we're going to go to this HTTP request. I'm going to head back down to the value, and the value will just be this previous thing right here. So we can just save it like that, and then we can actually just pin this, and we can get the link, so we can test to see if everything's working. Just waiting to execute, and then we get the URL right here. So now we're just gonna rename this, just say upload image, and we're gonna get that image plus the outline or the actual content, and we're gonna change it to HTML. We're gonna say extract HTML, convert to HTML table, or should we just use an AI step? Because we need HTML. Generate HTML template. Okay, we're probably not going to use that. Let's just see this. So this is already in HTML, right? Let's see, because that's a prompt. This is the ghostwriter. This is already in HTML. So what we would need to do is just add a section in HTML. So we even need that. We can just have a set variable step here, edit step. I'm thinking in make right now, and we'll have section plus image, and then the value, we just make that an expression. Just make this a bit bigger. It'll be, where's it, ghostwriter? It'll be this text, and then at the bottom of the section we'll have an image tag, right? And I don't know how to get an image tag, so I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. So I just asked ChatGPT to create the image tag for me. So we're gonna paste that in here, but we're gonna change this this image source to be the link that we got from the previous upload image. So we'll make it the URL viewer. That's the one we want. And we're gonna paste that in between the quotation marks right there. And then the alt, we could use a prompt. Let's just check to see if the image prompt is actually a good one to use. Yeah, we can just use the prompt as an alt description. Alt descriptions are quite good because just for SEO purposes. I'm gonna paste that in there for the alt. So we're gonna have image source. That's gonna be this. So this is gonna be section plus image. So it's going to do that for all the sections, and then once it's done, we'll have 5 section images. So now I'm going to test this whole flow out, or to get the 5 workflows, and we'll see how it performs and what the output will be. This flow to finish, because it does take quite a while for it to finish, because it goes through each one of them, which each one of the sections has to generate an image, upload that image, and then add that section together. But essentially, when that's done, we get an aggregate node, and it basically gets all of the sections, and it creates one full blog post. And we just aggregate by the input field name of section plus content, and that is literally this edit fields node right here, because it outputs section plus content. So that is this one's input. And now, because it's an array, what we want to do is we want to join it. So to do that, we're going to use an edit fields, another edit fields node, and we're going to name this one final blog draft. And to do this, we're just going to grab this one, and what we're going to do is we're going to say dot join, and okay, like that, and we're going to do it like this. Dot join. Actually, does that do it exactly how we need to do it? Because I'm thinking we might need to put in the separator. Actually, I think we don't need to do that. Let's just see what this evaluates to. Yeah, that's perfect. Actually, no, we need to get rid of these, and we need to join it by a new line. Can we do that? Separator. Can you do \n? Or do you have to do this like \n, like that? That's basically saying new line. Does that do exactly what we want? H3, H2. Yeah, that does exactly what we want. Because remember last time there was a comma right here, and now it's just evaluating to a new line. So that basically puts the next section on a new line. And that's perfect. So now we've got the final blog draft. And guys, we're almost done with this workflow. It's taking me like 4 days, but anyway, we're almost done with this workflow. So next, what we want to do is post this as a WordPress draft. So we're gonna add a WordPress section right here, and we want to create a post. Actually, before we do that, let's just label this quickly, final blog. Before we do that, let's just test this step out first so we can get an output. Okay, so actually, I'm just gonna let this thing finish. It's busy tweaking out. What we want to do is, before we post it onto WordPress, we want to convert it to HTML. So we can just use an HTML step, or we can just use a ChatGPT step, depending on what HTML allows us to do here. So generate HTML template, extract HTML content, convert it to HTML. Let's see, generate HTML template, extract, convert to HTML. Let's see, this is an H1 heading, this is okay, this is probably not what you want. We're just gonna use a ChatGPT step to do this. Wouldn't be too bad. Or let's see if we can do this a smarter way. Let's ask ChatGPT. Right, and I'm just gonna say, how would I convert this to HTML in n8n, right? So we can just close this, or temporary chat. I don't want this history really. Function set HTTP request for webhook response email HTTP bodies. Convert and return this as HTML in n8n. So what is it saying? Add a function node. Paste the following code into the function node. Use this HTML output. Now that your HTML is stored in an HTML key of the JSON output, use that in the email node. Important notes. Use a set node if no logic needed. If you don't need JavaScript logic and just want to see the HTML manual, add a set node. Create a new field HTML or type string. Paste your HTML into the value field. Let's see if this works. You can copy it and see what it gives us. And this workflow is still busy flowing, and I don't want to reset it because I haven't saved it, and if I haven't saved it, this is all gonna just disappear. Okay, let's add this function node. No, that's not what we want. What we want is to take a blog post like that and create a HTML. So we need to actually prompt each time. I'm just basically wanting to say dynamically convert it to HTML. I want to dynamically convert it to HTML. Yeah, dynamically convert it to HTML no matter the blog. A convert markdown or text to HTML using JavaScript function. It doesn't build a markdown support, but you can manually simulate it or use an HTTP request to call a markdown to HTML API. Markdown? It's not even in markdown. Use a function node with a simple text to HTML. This works. Each paragraph in p tags and preserves basic formatting. Great for text input that isn't full HTML or markdown. Okay, let's see if that will work for us. Okay, perfect. Let me just save now because then we can reset it to run. Hopefully I can save. Okay, it's been saved now. Let's just reset this because I just want to run the workflow again and run this final output node again, so we can actually use that function to see what it gives us. So final blog can basically simulate what it will give us. It'll basically give us this. Just copy all of this because it's deciding not to even run the whole scenario, so we have to just copy this whole thing. Okay, cool. We can just edit this to make it a JSON object, and we'll have final blog here. Oh, I need to add quotation marks. Final blog draft, like that, and then we're just gonna add this, and we will have it like this. Let me convert this to JSON object. See, this is annoying because I need to convert this to a JSON string, because you can't have new lines like this. You just have to have like a \n there, \n. Let's see if we can do something. Command F or Option F. Can I do that? No, I can't. Okay. How should we do this? Let's just do this. Save. Yeah, it's just invalid JSON, but I don't feel like editing this out. Let's just save output. Because if I try and test this workflow, it'll get stuck here. So it actually did do what I needed to do. Just took a second. Okay, perfect. So we're just gonna pin that, and then we're gonna come to this code block. Let's see if it does what we needed to do. Why is it taking so long to run? Pin that. Oh, if I pin that, things will break. What if I just stop it? Because usually that fixes things. Okay, well, while that is trying to execute, we can move on to what we would need to do next. Let's just rename this text to HTML, right? We need to change it to HTML because that's just the format that will allow us to have those images rendered in our final WordPress blog. And then what we need to do next is get a featured image for the whole thing. So I'm just gonna grab this and paste this here. Can I copy this? Oh, here it is. So this was just remember the prompt, image gen prompt. So now we're gonna give it the whole article, and we're gonna say create an image generation prompt that basically will be utilized in this that we'll just say create an image generation prompt that will produce an image which summarizes or speaks to the core message of this blog post article. So we're just gonna go to should we just do Gemini? Well, you can use ChatGPT here, basically OpenAI, and we'll just use GPT-4o mini. Yeah, that's okay. And we will say, can actually unchain that. Test the step. Let's see. Maybe I'm hoping it'll work. If not, yeah. If not, we can always just edit this to be the output which we need. Ooh. Now why is this running? Okay, anyway. So we're gonna have the image gen prompt. I see to pin this again because it's gonna break if not. To get the image gen prompt, text to HTML. You can always just ask ChatGPT to create us the full JSON. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Save. And then we can work from it because we're just gonna assume it's gonna work. So we can just come here and change this into a full JSON object. So basically what I'm gonna simulate as if this one actually worked, so we can continue on from this. And so what I'm going to do here is actually just simulate that this thing actually ran and gave us correct HTML. So we'll have the H2 tags and everything like that. And yeah. So what we're going to have to do here is just simulate that this node actually ran by itself. And to do that, we can just edit the output right here. This is because n8n is just doing this funny thing where since I've pinned it, it's not actually letting me reference this information right here. I think it has something to do with this loop items over here when you can. It's not something that you can pin. So we're gonna have to make it you with what we have and just simulate the output as if it was actually something that we need. And then we're gonna get image gen prompt to create a featured image, and then we will create the description, meta description, and post as a draft to WordPress. I've just gone and done that where we convert the text to HTML, and I just put in this example right here. I just got ChatGPT to do it for me, and that is working perfectly fine. And now we need to just get an image generation prompt, and we'll basically say given the full blog post, create a featured image for it. Given the following blog Generate a single vivid image generation prompt suitable for use with an AI image generator. The image should visually represent the core idea or metaphor of the entire blog. Actually, instead of the entire blog, should we just do the title? I think the title probably is best. Given the following blog title, generate a single vivid image generation prompt suitable for use with an AI image generator. The image should visually represent the core idea or metaphor of the blog in a captivating way. The style should be modern, professional, and attract attention grabbing. Ideal for blog headers or social media thumbnails. Ideal for feature image. Ideal for the feature image of the blog. Do not reference text or include any writing in the image. Yep, respond only with the image prompt. That's perfect. And once we have that, we are going to get another OpenAI step. We're going to go AI, OpenAI, generate an image, and we're just going to run this so we can get, we can actually just copy this, we don't have to run it actually. Can run this and put that here. It'll be the text. Actually, will it be the text? Let's see what this one outputs. Yeah, it'll be the text. Okay. Grab that, paste that over here as the prompt. And image generation prompt, blog section. We actually need to change this to the title. Blog title. Come down here, grab the title, and paste it there. It's actually not going to run because of the pin thing, which is very annoying. So that's a bit annoying. So in the meantime, you know what we'll do? We'll just test it out with this. We'll just grab the title manually and paste it here. Just need to remember to come and change this because it's hard coded right now. So yeah, so we're going to do that, generate an image. We need to upload the image similar to like what we're doing here. So we can just copy this and paste it again. Where did it paste? Paste it down here. And we can just connect that up. I can unpin this data. And yeah, we just need to make sure that the settings here are the same. Where we have quality, resolution, style, vivid, natural. Okay, we actually don't need the style, and we can go respond with image URL. Click yes. Can probably do this 1920 by 1080p. Yeah, that's probably best. Also, we probably should change that down here as well to this. Oh, that's not an option here. What's the difference? Set resolution 17. Oh, probably because of the quality. The quality changes that. Nope, it's still the same. 1792 1024. And down here we have, I don't even have the same options. That's interesting. Anyway, we will just respond with that. That should be fine. Upload the image, and then we need to upload it to WordPress. So I'm going to go WordPress. I'm going to say create a media item. It should be here. Create a post. Get many posts, update a post, create a page. Get many pages, update a page. Because in make.com, what you do is you'd upload the media item, and then you can use that media upload in the create a post. So maybe it's different for n8n. Post actions, let's see. Probably create a post is best. We can say content, template, tag names, ID, sticky format, ping status, common status, status, password. Let's just say content. And we can just use the title. Okay, so let's test this out. In the meantime, we can just generate the prompt. Hopefully it works. Okay, it worked. And even though it didn't even run itself. Create an image of a futuristic AI brain composed of indicating circuits and glowing nodes surrounded by flowing streams of data that represent memory and context. In the background, depict a dynamic cityscape with digital screens displaying historical events and information. The colors should be vibrant and tech inspired with a blend of blue, purple, and silver tones. That's good. That's a nice prompt. Now we should go to the generate the image test step. Hopefully it doesn't do its nonsense again. I'm hoping. Have it do its thing. This one will actually take a bit to do. Okay, we're just gonna assume it works. So what we can do here instead to set this up in the meantime is we can just create a new credential. Okay, so I'm hoping this is the final day of recording and we can get this workflow finished up in this final clip. So essentially what we need to do is connect WordPress to n8n, and to do that we need to, okay, this is connected now perfectly. So to do that, you need to get this password. This is not your WordPress site password, it's an application password that allows you to connect your WordPress site to just API integrations like n8n. So to get that, you want to head over to your dashboard in WordPress, go to your users and go to your profile and scroll down to this bottom, and you're going to add a new application password. If you're not seeing this section, you probably have a security plugin or security provider for your WordPress. You need to ensure that two-factor authentication is enabled, and you've also got application password set up in whatever security provider that you're using. This allows you to see this section, and it's going to add a new application password, and just copy this one that's right here and head over to n8n and paste it in right there. So we're going to do this whole blog again because it's deciding to be very finicky with me. So we're going to have to generate a whole new blog and go from there. So just make sure everything is working. Category code, WordPress, we've got everything that we need. Let's just delete this before it breaks things. Content, just like that. Slug is there. Title is there. Standard. Category code. Okay, cool. Let's test this workflow. I'll be back once this has completed the blog generation. Okay, after some time, we got it to work. This thing was not outputting the best category code, so it gave us like 0 here. So what I had to do was just essentially remove it and only have, I just filled it out just with these ones like AI automation use cases, AI for business, AI for chatbots, AI voice agents. So you could definitely add like some ChatGPT step here, or if you're in the cloud hosting one, an AI set step here. That basically gives you a better code. Or if I really wanted to, I could just refine this code and get a specific code that is actually in WordPress. So if we go over to WordPress, we can probably see the drafts that we have. So if you go to posts, and we've got this one, and that is the one that was created in n8n. So this is it, and we can actually preview this and you can see how it's looking in the actual post. So the formatting is not the best. I want to see what it looks like on the website. Can we preview? Preview in new tab. Why your AI agent needs memory, enhancing performance with context and history. Yeah, that's not the best. So yeah, because it does this in this one thing and then it expands the whole thing. It's a good blog post, but the formatting is really not the best. Yeah. So let's just see this. Maybe we can fix it with an AI automation use cases, AI chatbots, AI for business, AI voice agents. So it's good. like, let's read the power of past interactions, how memory transforms AI agent's performance. An AI agent isn't truly intelligent if it forgets everything after each interaction. That's a good intro. Real intelligence relies on context built over time. This is where the concept of AI agent memory becomes crucial. Giving agents the ability to recall past dialogues and learn from their prior experiences fundamentally changes their capabilities. It moves them beyond simple, stateless responses to truly dynamic and helpful interactions. It's actually some good copywriting from Google. This sounds like Claude. The key difference lies in the retained context. Stateful agents can reference earlier parts of conversation. This historical perspective allows them to provide more nuanced, accurate, and relevant solutions. They understand the flow of and build upon prior statements. This is an issue. The markdown. Let's see if there's any other markdown here. Yeah, we've actually got a couple of markdown instances here. And what about hashtags? Okay, so we've just got the markdown. What we can do is just basically go to n8n, and we can just do this and say where is the content dot replace all, and we just put in the asterisk with nothing. So that will fix it if there's markdown or anything like that in the draft. So we need to actually change the format because something is going awry here. Because you saw that when we scroll, which is fine, it's fine, issue, because it's the page like messes it up. So let's see, edit post. Set featured image. Where's the featured image? The featured image did not pop up. Okay, so that's also an issue that we need to set up. So if we come here and just come back to add a field, maybe we can add featured image, sticky tag names template, maybe choose Elementor template standard. How do we add a featured image on this thing? Because we got the featured image and we generated it, which is fine, but how do you put it in here? So we got the author name, content, slug, draft, standard, format standard. Maybe the format should also change. Okay, let's have a look. Add fields. Let's actually look at the docs to see if there's something we can do here. It's posts, create a post, get all posts, update a post. Maybe update a post, we can update it later. Refer to Wordpress credentials for guidance on second authentication. This node can be used to enhance capabilities of AI agent when it's used in this way. Okay, let's see. If we update the post, maybe that's something we can do and see what type of endpoints are there. So we just go WordPress again and update the post. And we can go post ID, will be this. And we can add a field, author name, title, content, slug, password, status, comment status, ping status, formats, sticky, category names ID, tag names ID, template. So there is no way to add a featured image to this API that is in n8n. That's a bit annoying, you know. But anyway, let's see what other information we get. Links about, author about, a whole bunch of other users information. So let's go back to WordPress, and let's see if we can create a template, and that template will be used, and it will basically maybe make this better formatted. So let's go back to the WordPress site, and let's see if we can add a template. Add post, template, create new template. Let's just say n8n blog automation. Create. Welcome to Template Editor. Templates help define the layout of the site. You can customize all aspects of your posts and pages using blocks and patterns in this editor. So, block. How do you add? Now I need to go and learn how to do this in make this WordPress site actually work. So add a description. Actually, what I'm probably going to do for the featured image, because it's not there, well, I might have to just manually put it here and just get that link that we upload with. So that's what's going to happen for the featured image. Whenever we want to post, we have to just manually put it in there and just post it up. But let's see. I'm trying to fix this issue, like this alignment. Maybe the images are too big. Let's see. Add an excerpt. Nope. Nested blocks will fill the width of this container. Maybe that will fix it. Let me click save. Let's click save. And if we head back to the old one, we edit. Let's hope, fingers crossed, that it works. Still a bit dodgy. Yeah, hey. Because that just ruins the whole experience. Edit. So yeah, this is exactly like what I'd want it to be like. Literally fills up the whole thing, but that's what's not happening. This is exactly what we need, but it's not doing that. Let's see. Convert to blocks. Let's ask ChatGPT, because I have no idea how to do this. So if we just undo all of this, let's go to ChatGPT. Let's see. Images are wider than the text in your WordPress blog post. You need to create or modify a template or apply custom CSS that contains image width to match the content width. Here's a step-by-step fix, no plugin required. Add custom CSS to constrain image width. Steps: go to WordPress dashboard, navigate to appearance, customize, click on additional CSS, paste this code in. Let's hope it's as simple as that. We can do that. Come here, edit template, design, block, content, advanced. Let's do that. Click save. And let's see if this does exactly what we want. Let's hope. Preview. Yeah, it does it. But I actually want this to be like left aligned. But yeah, it does exactly that. AI, memory-driven business intelligence, cool, practical implementation. But I think actually what I need to do is make these images smaller, because I think they're too big. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into OpenAI. This is the main image, so we can just leave that big. Come to the generate image, and we can just make this like a square. That should be fine. And yeah, essentially this is basically it done. So now what we would need to do is just go to the Google Sheet and add a new row, and we go append row in sheet. I'm going to go to the Google Sheet and set that up. Just going to get that information from the blog post and essentially put it in the Google Sheet where we can just go approve and auto post it once we've added the featured image manually. That just sucks about the API. Maybe if I just do some searching about that, we can figure out a way. So we go content dashboard. So okay, this is the content dashboard. We want blog post drafts, rename, blog post drafts, and we'll have we'll have the title, we'll have ID, we'll have, what else do we have here? What information do we get from this? We get the ID because that'll be important if you want to auto post it from the Google Sheet table. Title, which is fine. We've got the title. Let's search for link. Okay, here's the link. So we can actually just click that, I'm hoping. Let's see if that works. Okay, cool. The link works. Amazing. So get title. Let's go here. Well, wait, we want the sheet, the Google Sheet. So we'll have title, ID, featured image. Image, status, and we'll just have a post column here. So we'll have ID, title, featured image, status, and you also need the link. So column to the right, and we need the link. So that should be good. Head over back to n8n. Just fill this out. Blog content. Go to blog post drafts. Title will be, where's the title? Somewhere here. There we go. ID will be this. Featured image will be from the previous step. Let's just close this. HTTP request, URL. Status, it will be drop down. Just redraft. Link, we want to grab this link over here, and post, we'll leave that empty because that's what we'll fill out by ourselves. And yeah, that is about that. We probably need to add an excerpt, but we can't even add that in this node here. We've only got password, common status, ping status, sticky, tag names, or IDs. If we really wanted to get into the weeds of that, we could use make.com integrated to a n8n workflow, but that's a whole lot of work, and this video is already very long. So we're just going to leave it at that, post it into the Google Sheet, and yeah, that is the automation basically complete. And if we just test this step to see if that works, just test step. But essentially, we'll just post it into the Wordpress or the Google Sheet, where I can go in and just review it and decide if I want to post it. This can also be good for if you want to automate Medium posts, and I think that's something I'm going to start doing. Let's see if that is a node in here. Medium. Oh ho ho! Automating Medium posts. Create a post. That is probably something I'm going to implement into the system and start creating Medium articles through this, and hopefully generate some leads from that. And yeah, so that is the system basically done. We're just waiting for this thing to go and run, but I think we might run into an issue, pun intended. That was terrible. But yeah, we're waiting for it to run and see if it actually puts it into the Google Sheet, but this n8n has been really messing me about. So essentially, in about 2 workflows, this one and the other one, we've completed what we did in make.com, which was taking like thousands of operations and just essentially wasn't that good, and condensed it into something that's cheaper to run, better for the long term, and generally just a easier way to automate blog content. So with that, you've got the tools. You've seen how I go about manually trying to troubleshoot everything that comes with building n8n workflows. I'm new to n8n, but I've definitely had my experience with make.com. So once again, if you're just coming from make.com, you can easily transfer your skills into n8n through a bit of prompting with ChatGPT for help, reading the documentation, and yeah, you can build basically anything that you want in n8n that you could have done in Make, but for cheaper and probably faster if the pinning feature actually was doing what I wanted to do. But that is the video done. Now let's just review the actual blog post content. So this is the wrong one. So here's the blog post content: why your AI agent needs memory and handling performance with context and history. The full blog post, and that is basically it. So yeah, now you know how to automate blog post content that's SEO optimized and will drive traffic to your site. So if you've made it this far to the end of the video, I salute you. 4.5 hours, maybe you skipped through it a bit or whatnot, but just want to say thank you for watching the video. And this was genuinely helpful for you, learning how I do things, making blog post content. Please feel free to subscribe and just leave a comment down below. Any suggestions for video ideas or anything like that, just let me know in the comments down below. Yeah, have a great day.